and all your 10 kids, you know.
We ain't there yet.
Well,
we got 7 strong.
Well, we not there with Nick.
We trying to shoot for 11 though.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put 12 on it just in case.
No.
Y'all hear that, right? He literally has a goal of 11 freaking kids. Always keep that in mind throughout this whole live stream. He has a goal of 11 kids.
I ain't no just in case. I want 11. I'm intentional.
Okay. So
be intentional.
We gonna do 11.
I'm gonna be honest, it's not a hard concept to understand that if you as a man, you have a child with someone, or you have 8 kids with 3 or 4 different baby mamas, and then you still want to get married to someone that is not one of the parents to your child, it is not hard to understand that, yes, that is technically a broken home. It's
all right, y'all, hit a like button, hit a like button, hit a like button, share this video, because this is going to help a lot of people. Make sure to share this video, hit the like button, and let's get to it.
Whatever.
And y'all already know Cam Newton, Cheyenne Bryant, and in addition, of course, Nick Cannon. One of the things that I want to point out in this live stream, in particular, is how Nick Cannon and Cam Newton are literally the same exact people, but there's a significant difference between the two. We're going to talk about that. Everybody hit the like button. Come on in, share this video. Let's go.
You can label it whatever your hurt ego needs it to be labeled so that you feel good about your choices. But at the end of the day, a family consists of a dynamic, and that dynamic consists of 2 parents and a child. And when you start to create that multiple times, and when there's somebody missing from the home, but they are the school daddy, meaning I pick them up or drop them off to school, or they are the sports mother or father, that household now is broken.
That's right. That is a broken home. And these 2 men, regardless of what you think about how much money they got, how big of a fan you are, at the end of the day, these men are creating broken homes. Drop your seat in the chat. Say what's up to me. What's up, Jocelyn? What's up, Valerie? What's up, Rudy? Yo, you keep saying welcome back. I ain't went nowhere. I know I'm doing less live streams, but you keep saying welcome back. All right.
Married is lower than.
So listen to this mess right here, y'all. We're going to break this whole situation down. Shout out to NYC. Shout out to Milwaukee. Shout out to Bronx, New York. Shout out to Louisiana. Drop your seat in the chat, y'all.
My desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
This might be controversial to say, but when it comes to men like Cam Newton or like Nick Cannon or like Future, who have 8 different kids by 3 different women and still want to get married and have more children, who are these women that are still willing to date them? Like, how, as a woman in good conscience,
hey, Virginia. What's up, Tina? Shout out to Detroit.
could you knowingly be sitting up on a date with this man or on a vacation with this man, knowing that every minute he spends with you is a minute he's spending neglecting his children? And you, for some reason, think that things are going to be different for you and for your kids you may have with him.
And I want to say this, and I said this on a podcast with Ace the other day. The women who actually see a man with 8 kids or 5 kids, and she knowingly gets with this man, knowing that he's treated, a certain amount of women badly in the past, or didn't hold up to his obligations in the past. When that woman actually gets in a relationship with the man, in most cases, that woman actually thinks she's different. Oh, he ain't gonna do me like that. Oh, I'm different. That means that the man that has all these kids, the man that is doing these women wrong, he's not the narcissist. The actual narcissist is the woman who thinks that the same thing isn't going to happen to her. So I need to repeat this for all of you women out here. The man that is the pookie, the man that is doing women wrong, the man that is cheating on everybody, the man that has all these kids by all these women, isn't the narcissist. The actual narcissist is the woman that gets with that man knowing what he's done to all these other women. Because you are the biggest problem. Why? Because he, like Cam Newton or Nick Cannon, has been able to get away with all this mess that they run into women that are saying nope, 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 nope. And then he's like, nope. And he has to look at himself and say, damn, I never thought it would be the day that I can't get a woman, or a woman won't give me the time of day due to what I've done in my past. The next woman that gets with that man is the actual narcissist. Because the man that is running around doing all this stupid stuff, he actually isn't a narcissist. The person getting with that man is a narcissist. He's a pookie, he's a loser, he's a bum, he's dysfunctional, he's problematic, yes, but he's not a narcissist. Because he can't be a narcissist because his life is trash. Cam Newton cannot be a narcissist because he has 8 kids. He can't think, because even in the video that we're about to show, he doesn't think highly of himself. He can't think highly of himself because of all the stupid things that he's done in his adult life. He wants to go back to the NFL as an example. So if he was so much of a narcissist, or if he's so high and mighty, he wouldn't be trying to get back in the NFL. And that's not no shade on him, because I ain't never been in the NFL. But at the end of the day, we need to look at the people that are in front of us and understand what role they play in other people's lives. So the actual narcissist is his girlfriend, is his baby mama, is the last woman that had a baby with him. Because I think he got 3 baby mamas, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like the second baby mama isn't a narcissist because she's just the second baby mama. But a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th baby mama, those are the stupid idiots who are just like, well, I'm different. Like, watch Jazzy, that's his latest baby mama. She's an idiot. She's a narcissist. Because this woman actually thinks she's not going to get treated like these other women. So keep in mind, ladies, in most cases, y'all are the narcissist, not the man. Just want to clear that up before we keep going. Hit a like button, hit a like button, hit a like button, hit a like button. So everybody watching right now, I need y'all to take a second to hit the like button and hit the like button again and hit the like button a 3rd time and share this video, because this is helpful to everybody in our community. So share this video, especially people on Facebook. And then when you share this video, hit the word share. Drop the word share in the chat. What's up, Angie?
And even if that is the case, if he's the perfect father to your kids or the perfect husband for you, he's neglecting 8 other innocent babies. That is disgusting behavior.
So right here, you are the narcissist. If you are dating a man that has 8 kids, and that man who has 8 kids is spending all of his time with you, you are a huge factor why this man is neglecting his kids. And I'm not saying a man is supposed to just ignore women and just be around his kids all the time. But when you have 8 kids, you don't have time to be with no woman. You don't have time. Because one kid needs this, one kid, 8 freaking kids. I got 2 daughters. And I'm not saying my daughters always need me, but at the end of the day, my daughters need me. And I want to make sure to be there for my daughter. So if I had 8 kids and my 8 kids are little, come on. So regardless of what y'all think about how much money Cam Newton has, Cam Newton is a pookie. Nick Cannon is a pookie. And they're neglectful to their kids. The simple fact of having 8 kids, having 12 kids, actually makes these men neglectful no matter how much time they spend with them. Because each child needs you one-on-one. I spend one-on-one time with my daughters. And I only got 2. My daughters love the one-on-one time I spend with them. When I see my kids, it's me and my kid. It's not me and my 2 kids. I barely see both of my kids, all of us at the same time. So I'm gonna say this again. Every kid you have, they want one-on-one time with their mother and with their father. They don't want to be around their sibling all the time when they're around you. And me personally, virtually every time I see my kids is one-on-one. I go see one child and I go see the other child. We barely are ever all together. Why? Because they like it that way. Because they got one-on-one time with daddy. So when you got 8 kids, you're neglectful no matter who you are. It's stupid to have 8 kids. It's stupid to have 12 kids.
I don't know, diabolical. I don't care how much money he has. How do you sleep at night knowing you're contributing to the trauma of 8 children?
I understand a lot of people see my situation and I think that I'm not high functioning.
What situation?
Let's just keep going.
See my situation. That's a very vague question, and this for you.
What situation are you referring to that they're looking at and thinking is not high function?
Just my life.
Your life
Vague.
entirely, or
Vague.
your life in
My life,
relationships?
my life.
See, don't
Deflection.
deflect.
See, he's spending so much time trying to make jokes, and then when we see the Nick Cannon video, Nick Cannon did the exact same thing. He just sat around laughing and making jokes. So I want y'all to pay attention to how many times Nick Cannon and Cam Newton sits around making jokes about their terrible situation. And before I go any farther, I want to say this. Nick Cannon and Cam Newton and other men that are like this are male single mothers. These men are male single mothers. Everybody in the chat type male single mothers. Everybody in the chat type in male single mothers. You know, I talk mess about the single mother epidemic and all these women just spitting out random babies like it's nothing. Well, a lot of these men who are having multiple kids, they try to justify their behavior the same exact way as single mothers do. So I can't turn around and get mad at single mothers for the dumb stuff that they do and don't look at the dumb stuff Cam Newton and men like Nick Cannon do. These men are male single mothers. And it's disgusting.
Stay here. Your life entirely, or your life in relationships?
Both, really.
And they think that you're low functioning.
No, I don't.
You just said people see your life and think you're not high functioning. The opposite of that would be low functioning.
No. Okay, so here you go.
See, right here, he's trying to justify his behavior. He's trying to justify my life. Your life is your life. I'm not gonna say your life sucks, but the orbit of your life. You know, there's a ring around Saturn. The ring around your life sucks. See, too many of you women and too many of you men, when you have kids, you selfishly look at your life and say, my life is great. But the people that orbit your life, your kids, your family, your friends, is their lives good? Because if their lives are trash, your life is trash. You're just too oblivious to realize that your life is trash. But if everybody around you is smiling in your face, but their life is really trash, i.e. your 8 kids, i.e. your 12 kids, or your 50 baby mamas, your life is trash too. So I need y'all to wake up. You individuals who have all these kids, your life may be trash and you may not even know it because you're too caught up in your own ego.
You're trying to take my intentions away from this is.
You're trying to take my intentions. No, nigga. No. What are you talking about? We know exactly.
Really, are your life in relationships?
Both, really.
And they think that you're low functioning.
No, I don't.
You just said people see your life and think you're not.
Sir, you're a low functioning individual. And I would love to be on Cam's podcast and I would tell him like, yo, bro, you tripping. Talking about you want 11 kids. Like, you sound dumb. Like, what are you doing? Because people don't care about children. I say this all the time. People do not care about children. They don't. They only care about themselves. Women don't care about children. Men don't care about children.
High functioning. The opposite of that would be low functioning.
No. Okay, so here you go. You're trying to take my intentions away from this is. No, I don't.
You just said people see your life and think you're not high functioning. The opposite of that would be low functioning.
No. Okay, so here you go. You're trying to take away from this is. Can I correct it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or can I give you more?
Yes, more information. Heck yeah.
So, I'm not married, right? I have beautiful children.
How many?
8.
Okay.
I didn't do my research. I thought it was 4, but 8. Okay.
No, baby.
Cool.
It's
by how
8.
many women?
3.
Okay.
And this is the kicker. I want more. Now.
By multiple women? What's the intent?
I just want God to bring him. I just want God to bring him.
Oh.
Look how he looking, y'all. Like, he think this is a joke. He think this is funny. Like, creating all these broken homes. The man actually thinks this shit is funny, man, and it's really sad. I want God to fit it in. You sound like an idiot, sir. Like, what are you doing? Cam Newton is suffering, and I'm not a doctor. This is not a diagnosis. But Cam Newton is suffering from Peter Pan syndrome. And this is a problem in our community. You give a black man some money, the wrong black man some money, and he's going to ruin humans. You give a black woman some money, the wrong black woman, she's going to run around ruining humans. And there's a difference between women and men. You give black men some money, he's going to run around ruining other people. You give a black woman some money, she's actually going to ruin her own life. Let's do this. Name a way a black woman can ruin her own life if you give her a bunch of money. Let's do that. I'm watching in the chat right now. Name a way a black, because we know you give a black man some money, he gonna run around and ruin other people's lives. That's a given. But name a way a black woman can go out and ruin her own life because she has a bunch of money. Does anybody want to guess? Because I can't wait to say it. I know we talk about Cam Newton, but right now we're just talking about what money does to black people, especially we're not used to it. What's up, September Virgo? What's happening? There we go. There we go. Plastic surgery. Yep. They run out and get surgery and just almost kill themselves. Exactly. BBLs and shit. Yep. And on top of that, they're not going to get married if they got a bunch of money. So think about this. And I know we talking about Cam, but I'm just, giving y'all just something to think about, because right now we're talking about money. So we're talking about men and women. A black woman, when she gets a bunch of money, she's not going to get married, and she's going to literally ruin her life by purchasing body parts, and she's going to look like a beetle. I personally think you don't give a black woman a lot of money because she's going to do something stupid with it, and y'all can't tell me that I'm wrong. And I don't want to just say any woman, but you give a black woman a bunch of money, she's going to do something stupid with it. It's almost a guarantee. She's going to get her face done. Her face going to be all like this. She's going to get her titties done. She's going to get her ass done. She's going to have little cheek fillers and shit. She's going to have all kinds of shit. And she's going to find herself looking like Little Kim, because that's what happened to Lil' Kim. Lil' Kim got a bunch of money, and now she looks like a damn G.I. Joe doll. She looks just hideous. If Little Kim would have never had no money, Lil' Kim would still be beautiful. If Nicki Minaj would have never had no money, she would still be this small, pretty, petite girl that she used to be. If damn, what's her name? What's the Offset's wife name? Cardi B. If Cardi B would have never had no money, she would be a nice, slim woman and look normal. Cardi B, her y'all already know Nicki Minaj, her ass was leaking like 2 years ago and stuff. It's just disgusting. Cardi B, I think her ass is so big now, like, because they have to keep getting injections. She's starting to look disgusting. She got fake titties, fake everything. So it's like, and then they buy all these dumb looking ass wigs. You never see their own hair. So yeah. And I don't want to go off on a tangent, but you give a black man some money, most likely he's going to ruin other people's lives. Give a black woman some money, in another year, she's going to look like a beetle. She's going to look so stupid and so disfigured, but it's simply because she's a child mentally. Women are children. It's almost like if you give your 9-year-old son or 9-year-old daughter $10,000, one, they're not going to listen to you. Two, they're going to become a bully and look down on everybody. And three, they're going to go buy all kinds of dumb shit and ice cream, and and they're going to end up being fat, and they're going to end up ruining their own lives. So you don't give a black woman a bunch of money. Sorry. Anybody want to quote that? I don't care. Anybody can kiss my ass. I don't care what they think. But yeah. And it's starting to look like you give a black man a bunch of money, he's going to do something stupid with it too. Black people are not used to money. Black people are not used to money. You give a black person some money, they're going to do something stupid with it because we don't know nothing about no goddamn money. I'm glad that my rise in notoriety is slow, because I don't think I would have did something stupid with a bunch of money, but you never know. So if I turn around and just blow up and I'm like this big star, I might do something stupid with some money. So I'm not even taking myself out of the situation. But the reason why Cam Newton and Nick Cannon and all these other fools are running around sleep with all these different women and impregnate them is simply because they got a lot of money and they ain't got shit else to do. They ain't got nothing else to do but sit around the house and smash bad chicks. But guess what? I, in particular, I got a vasectomy a long time ago. Why? Because I'm starting to have money. See, I understood what comes with money and notoriety, and that's ass being thrown at you left and right. So to keep me from either turning down the ass that is getting thrown at me left and right, or making changes, I went and got a vasectomy so I won't get nobody pregnant. So anybody that I don't slept with, I ain't got to worry about you turn around saying, I'm pregnant. I got a vasectomy. So I put in variables that will keep me from getting a bunch of money and ruining other people's lives. You see that? See, I, as an influencer, do not run around making myself smarter or holier than thou. No. When I started getting some money, I got a vasectomy. So I won't do something stupid. You ain't gonna have me out here looking like Cam Newton or Nick Cannon. No, sir. No, ma'am.
Okay. And you have, so you just.
Because my point is this. My desire to get married.
Everybody hit the like button. 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 Everybody hit the like button.
My desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce. So, as you had said, Dr. Bryant, you said it, I didn't say it, I will agree. I'm just taking my time.
You're not taking your time.
I am, though.
You're being very action-based. You're not taking your time. You're being very action-based.
I'm taking my time.
You're being very action-based. You have.
This man sounds like a whole child. I'm taking my time. And you got 8 damn kids. You sound stupid. Like, what are you talking about? Bro. And my problem isn't the 8 kids. That's not even my problem. Does anybody want to know does anybody want to guess what my problem is? Anybody? Anybody right now? Everybody hit the like, everybody tap the screen, hit the like button, hit the like button, everybody hit the like button in everybody's perspective platforms. Anybody want to guess? Does anybody want to guess what the actual problem is if him having 8 kids isn't the problem? Anybody? Melissa says his nonchalant attitude. Anybody else before I say it? Does anybody want to guess what my actual problem is if it's not the 8 kids? Come on, y'all. I want y'all to think. Lack of accountability for his actions. Uh-oh. What happened? All right. So y'all are correct. Melissa is correct and Maya is correct. This man is justifying his actions. People wonder why I have so much smoke for single mothers, but would date a single mother. Because I don't have a problem with single motherhood. I don't. I have a problem with the justification of single motherhood. I have a problem with the justification of what Cam Newton dumbass is doing. That's what I have a problem with. See, we all do dumb stuff. We all make mistakes. But the way you could tell that somebody is going to make the same mistake over and over again is when they justify their actions. That's the actual problem. If you get around somebody that justifies their actions, that person is usually a terrible person. Or they're stupid or something. Because that's the thing that makes that person the enemy. The person that justifies their actions. You meet a homeless person and you're like, yo, why are you homeless? Man, I just ruined my life. I just ruined my family. I had a gambling addiction, but I want to do better. I just need another opportunity. Awesome. But then you meet a homeless person who says, I don't want no money. I just want a beer. You ever seen somebody with that sign that says, I ain't gonna lie, I just want a beer? That person has no want to grow. That person don't care. He's enjoying being homeless. And if you get that person some money, they're probably gonna go buy some crack. So it's a person that justifies their actions. That person is the actual problem. You're not justifying your actions. There's an opportunity for you to grow.
8 kids with 3 different women.
Yes.
You are creating, procreating, and multiplying. That is not taking your time. You're being very selectively active. Okay? So you're creating, and disclaimer, the kids are innocent. They are beautiful and amazing. Anything I say has nothing to do with them babies, because I can't wait to be a mom, and I love the
Facebook, share this video. Facebook, share this video.
kids, period. But you are proactively choosing where you want to be active at and where you want to take your time.
Keyword proactively.
You want to take your time in having a wife because of your own fears. But you will, and I say this with all respect and love, what I'm about to say next, okay, Cam? But you will selfishly create broken families, even if you're in their life and you're a proactive father, and I believe you're an amazing daddy. I can only imagine with just your presence and knowing you thus far, but these families are still broken.
Yep.
Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all will end up with some kind of deficit with.
Melissa says he doesn't seem to have any ambition for them, which means they might end up statistics. I don't understand. I don't agree with that. What do you mean he doesn't have any ambition with them? He's a proactive father. He's just proactively making messed up homes, broken homes. But I'm not saying he's a bad father. See, and let me say this. Let me say this. You could be a bad mother and a good mother. You could be a bad father and a good father at the same time. See, being a good parent, it starts before the child is born. I'll say it again. Being a good parent starts before the child is born. Because you have you, and then you go out and pick their mother or their father. And a lot of times, if you pick a bad co-parent and you don't marry them and you ain't with them, well, you, 1, created a broken home, but 2, you curse that child with a dysfunctional parent along with you. So now if you're a man and you have a baby with a stripper, now you just curse your little boy or your little girl with a stripper for a mother, just as an example. So being a good parent starts before the child is born. The decisions you make before you have the child make you a good parent or a bad parent. Now, you can ruin the child's life with a bad parent, you know, the other person, because you had sex with a stupid person. But at the same time, you can do the best you can and be a good parent after you've just ruined your child's life. And to a certain degree, as far as I know, because I don't know, I think he's a good father, even though he already ruined his child's life before the child was here. So I just wanted to say that. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button.
without daddy being there. Now, you chose to do that. I'm not saying you sat there and woke up one morning and said, I want to be selfish today, so I'm going to go make a baby. Not saying that at all. But those are selfish acts at the expense of your fear. So at what point do you feel the fear, do it anyways? And yeah, that is a low functioning behavior. To say that I am going to create these homes. Let me go better. I'm going to build these houses and put kids and these beautiful women and kids in them, but I ain't going to create a home in them. I'm going to wait till I dissipate my fear to find a wife where I'm still going to be fearful with, because there's no such thing as not having some type of nerve or some type of feeling behind marrying somebody who you're spending your life with. And then I'm going to build a home with her while all these other beautiful babies have houses. That's completely unfair and it's selfish.
So, I have a friend of mine. I wanted him to come on, but he had something to do. I have a friend of mine who actually talked about that particular situation, what she's talking about. Say Cam marries a woman. Say Cam finds his wife, because apparently, according to him, he's not with his wife now, which is Watch Jazzy. That I don't know her actual name. What's Watch Jazzy's name? Does anybody know? What's his baby mama's name? The girl who just had a baby. Do y'all know her actual name? I just know her as Watch Jazzy. I'm not sure what her name is. But apparently when he finds his wife after he gets done with her, because apparently she's not his wife, because he would have said, oh, I found my wife already. So, which is sad. So say he finds his wife. Shout out to Watch Jazzy for not being his wife, but she just had a baby with him. Shit is crazy. And say he has 2 kids with the woman. Most likely, they're going to live in his house. And I'm not exactly sure how many of his 8 kids actually live in his house. But 2 things are going to happen. One, if all 8 kids lives with him, which would be great, it would be better than the kids living with their mothers. I always believe in a father raising their own kids. That woman would be cursed to parent not only her 2 kids that she just had, which would be babies and toddlers, she would be cursed to raise 8 other kids that are vying for her attention also. Like, who's stupid enough to actually be with a man and actually raise all 8 kids? See, a woman that get with a man who has 8 kids, but the 8 kids don't live with him, so he's an empty nester to a certain degree, so she can have him all to herself because the kids live with their mamas. But imagine a woman being with him. Oh, her name is Toya. Okay, cool. Okay. Imagine him being with a woman and all the kids live in his house, and she has to be a mother or a stepmom to 8 freaking kids and her own kids. Like, what woman would want to deal with that? So what my homeboy went through, if the kids don't live with him, so I'm gonna give y'all a scenario if the kids don't live with him. Imagine none of the kids live with him, and he gets with a woman, and they have 2 kids, and he's raising the 2 kids, and they're having an amazing life. Those 8 kids are now going to be jealous of the 2 kids that are able to live with Cam. So in other words, either way, the next kids that come into the household, because he said he wants 11 kids, which is stupid, somebody is going to suffer, whether the kids are there or whether the kids aren't there. Either way, somebody's going to suffer because there's too many damn people to deal with. And each one of these people are individual human beings that want love and want attention. And they're never going to get it because there's too many goddamn people. But, you know, these men, just like these women, are selfish and they don't give a damn about nobody but themselves. And it's disgusting. Oh, but my homeboy, what he was talking about, if he comes on the show, hopefully, I'm not sure he's going to come on, but he actually grew up where I think he was the only child. His dad actually married another woman, and then all his young life, he had to deal with the fact that his dad fathered his siblings under his roof, and he was always an outsider because it was him and his mom, but his dad had 2 more kids, I believe, and they seen his dad every day. And then his dad would have him come over, right? And it just wasn't the same because he was just this outsider, because it was their house, their rooms, their toys, but he was a visitor, and it was always hard for him, you know? So I just wanted to say that. So somebody says Cam Newton is going to file for bankruptcy within the next 5-10 years. I hope I'm wrong. No, I think Cam Newton can make I think he makes enough money to take care of everybody. That's my opinion. I might be wrong, but no, I think Cam Newton can hold it down.
Stay with me, but my children stay with me.
That part, I agree with. That.
So his kids, according to him, he said his kids stay with him.
So.
Yeah, almost. That's completely unfair and that's selfish. So yes, you're taking your time in this department, but you're not taking your time in this department, which means you're compartmentalizing. And compartmentalizing never works. Compartmentalizing hurts everybody involved. Everybody who's in this box and that box and this box and that box and this box. And then here you go over here trying to figure out what box you're going to feed or entertain or do. Then you're looking outside to figure out who's your next victim to put in the box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's unhealthy.
Eating.
And it's a huge dysfunction within our Black community.
Facts.
That I truly believe personally, statistically, mental health wise, and community wise, that Black men would stop.
Black men will what?
Stop doing that. That they would stop that dysfunctional behavior of compartmentalizing
What?
and creating houses, not homes, and then finally a home with the wife. And then you have all these other houses that are homeless. But you over here, at some point when you do get a wife, if you do, I'm saying if that's what you want, you will. You'll get whatever you want. You're trying to create a home.
Right.
Totally dysfunctional and extremely, that's the epitome of selfish.
Do you think Cam Newton has Peter Pan syndrome? Yes or no? Do you think Cam Newton has Peter Pan syndrome? Yes or no? He has a very unprofitable clothing business where he seems to be the only customer. I don't know what he does, but I think he's pretty good as far as making money. All right. So do y'all think Cam Newton has Peter Pan syndrome? You said no. Angie says yes. Tabitha says yes. Do you think Cam Newton has Peter Pan syndrome? So I want to play a quick commercial break and we'll be right back.
How about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game? We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play deeper discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper discussions, dating edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend,
Candidate.
a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. Actually, these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
They ain't gonna get
really
wore out.
durable.
A dating card game for introverts who have a hard time asking the much needed compatibility questions. Deeper Discussions, the card game.
All right. So for those who don't know, I just came out with my new mother-daughter card game, and the link is in the chat right now. Let me show you what it looks like. Share screen. All right. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see my screen. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see my screen. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see my screen. So my mother-daughter card game is out and is available for pre-order. Put it like this. Is available for pre-order. And I suggest every woman or every man that has a woman or has a sister purchase or pre-order my mother-daughter card game. This is going to be the most emotional, intuitive, and therapeutic card game you'll ever play in your entire life. So the pre-order price is $62, but the actual price of this card game is going to be $199. I'll say it again. The pre-order price of this card game is $62. So I suggest you guys click the link and go ahead and buy it, because the actual retail price when it comes out in about, I'll say 4 weeks, is going to be $199. So if you want to buy this card game, buy it now. Why is that this pre-order price? All right, let me unshare. So everybody right now, women, this card game is going to change your life. So let me explain a little bit about it. If you have a daughter and you're a mom, buy the card game. If your mom is still alive and y'all have somewhat tumultuous, tumultuous relationship, click the link and pre-order the card game. What my intentions are with this card game is not just to sit around having fun playing cards. No, like I've always done, am here to help relieve you of your childhood trauma. I say it all the time. We as men are not the people that hurt you. The person that hurt you is your mother. And pre-ordering my card game is the first step to letting go of and working on that hurt that your mother caused. A lot of y'all have a lot of questions that you would love to ask your mother, but if you ask her or if you check her, like she's overstepping your boundaries, she may slap you in the mouth. So I understand how it is to have a Black mother who you can't say nothing to. You can't set boundaries with. You can't ask her about your daddy. You can't ask her anything personal because she's going to slap you in the mouth. But if you go to your mom and say, Mom, I got this card game and it's specifically meant for a mother and daughter to play. You want to play it? She's going to be like, oh, okay, cool. And y'all are going to love playing it. And as y'all play it, guess what? You're finally going to be able to ask your mom all the questions you ever wanted to ask her. Because I spent 3 years coming up with these questions. So I've talked to at least, I'm just going to say thousands of women. And I understand, according to what the women said, not me, because I'm not a woman, I know what women always wanted to ask their mother. So those questions, that type of conversation is in this card game. So I'm telling you now, click the link on Facebook. The link to buy the card game is over this video on Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, the link to buy the card game is above the above the video. So you have the link also. So I'm telling everybody right now, pre-order this card game. You have 50 mother cards and you have 50 daughter cards. So that means your mom is going to be able to ask you questions and you're going to be able to ask your mom questions. It's the most beautiful thing you ever seen in your life. Pre-order now is only $62 because if you wait until it comes out, it's going to be $199 and you're going to be like, damn, I should have pre-ordered it. So hit the link and pre-order this card game. It will change your life.
So what identifies as a broken home?
Why are you asking such a dumb question? Why? Because he's looking to try to justify how his life isn't a broken home.
What you have going on with these, whoever you're not in the house with, is a broken home. It's called a blended family.
Right.
It's called a blended family.
That means
a broken home.
That the family is blended. So blended.
So blended means broken.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the guy that you were entertaining, you would go as low as 26.
That I would entertain?
Yes.
Okay.
And as high as what age?
Whatever man that doesn't have kids.
As high as
Whoever doesn't have kids, whatever age he is with no kids.
I just
No, that's the age. I'm saying I don't have an age range as far as how old. If he has no kids.
So your
he's a
non-negotiable is
kids.
Hood Bay IG, you said you need the card game. Do you see the card game over the video? Yes or no? Do you see the card game over the video that you're watching? I just want to make sure you can see the link. Do you see the link? Yes or no?
a person who does not have children.
My non-negotiable is a person with kids, but yes, I get how you're saying it, yes.
So you cannot date a person. You cannot be with a person.
I can, but I'm choosing not to.
So
I can be with anyone, but I'm choosing not to.
You're
I gotta correct it. It's my narrative, Cam.
You're like jumping in, jumping out.
You ain't, she's not jumping in and jumping out. She said what she said, sir. See, there are people, and I love this woman, there are people who are just going to say what they say. They're going to say it with their chest, and they're not going to stutter when they say it. But then you have people like Cam, and remember, I said Cam operates like a single mother. If you tell a single mother that I'm not dating a woman that has kids, she's going to get mad and say, well, why? What's wrong with a single mother? Well, it's my preference. You hate single mothers? No, I just don't want to. Like, as an example, I don't date women who always wear wigs. Wear a wig every now and then is cool, but I don't date wig wearers, right? A woman who wears wigs all the time is instantly going to get mad and be like, well, why? What's wrong with it? You hate women. No, I don't want to date a woman who wears wigs all the time. So this woman is saying, I don't want to date a man who has kids, and Cam is taking it personal, and he's acting like a single mother. And he was raised by his father and his mother. So I don't know where he get this feminine operation mess from. Shit's crazy. Listen to this shit, y'all.
You're
I gotta correct it. It's my narrative, Cam.
You're like jumping in, jumping out. It's either
I am definitely well equipped to do so.
Okay.
So I'm not going to allow that word to be something that fits what I can't do. I'm well equipped to date anybody.
Yes.
My preference,
Yes.
because there's nothing wrong with a lot of men who have kids. So I don't want to put that narrative out there.
Yes.
My personal preference is I would not choose to date a man with kids.
There we go.
Yes.
So you're dating a man with kids.
Oh my God. Sir, she's not dating a man with kids. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button.
Just a scenario.
Oh, okay, got it. Yes.
You're dating a man with kids.
Yes.
Okay. So you've identified that that's a broken home from the jump. With your verbiage of blended family means broken.
I've identified that I'm dating a broken man who is creating who he is, because we could teach what we know, we create who we are. And so broken people create brokenness, whether it's through a child, whether it's through a relationship, whether it's through themselves. It doesn't have to be a beautiful baby, but you're creating brokenness. And broken people can come from married households. I'm not saying that a two-parent household can't create the result of a child who then has brokenness and creates broken blended families everywhere. I'm not negating that.
That's not my point.
No, I know, I'm making that point. But yes.
But my point.
My answer is, I not only identified that those homes are houses without a home because he's not in them,
Yeah.
but also that he's a broken man.
But you're going to be with a broken man.
This man has trouble comprehending, or he does not want to comprehend what she's saying, and he's being divisive because he's spending so much energy trying to justify his own existence as a broken home creator. He's not a content creator. He's a broken home creator.
No, I won't. I just said I wouldn't be with a man. I wouldn't be with a broken man who has multiple kids. I will
No, not multiple. I'm talking
a kid. It doesn't matter.
So you're not going to date a man with.
I just don't understand how we're still here. But you ladies do the same thing. You ladies do the same thing. You ladies do the same thing to dudes. You ladies do the same freaking thing to dudes. So I'm trying to tell you, y'all do the same damn thing. Shit's crazy.
Children.
No, but let me clear this up, because you said I won't date a broken man. That's not what I said.
No, I said, are you? Listen to what I'm saying.
I heard you. Let me answer it.
God.
We all have a level of brokenness. So will I date a broken man? Yes. Am I going to date a certain type of brokenness? No.
Of course you're not.
And that type of brokenness is a man who has kids outside of me isn't something that's conducive for what I want.
What's going on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Right on
Hi.
time. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing great. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just needed to get my hour of venting out. So I wanted to have you on as just I wanted to add your way of looking at things when it comes to this broken home thing and everything, and to see what your thoughts are. So first, let everybody know who you are and just introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. So my name is Maya Dejan. So I'm a marriage and family therapist. I'm also a relationship coach in California.
Okay. All right. Everybody say hey to Maya. So
hello, everyone.
Have you been watching the whole show thus far? Or?
I have. Yes,
Okay.
I've been watching it.
Okay. So what are your thoughts thus far? Like, because we got a lot more to go.
Yes. So I would say I really love the fact that Dr. Bryant really, it's Dr. Bryant, right? Is that her name?
Yeah.
Dr. Bryant. I love the fact that she spoke on his fear and held him accountable for that, and also backed up the reason behind why he's doing what he's doing. And that's really important. So she held him accountable, but she also, from a clinical lens, because she's also a psychologist, She also showed him some of the things behind the reasoning behind why he's doing what he's doing. And I'm not sure, I didn't watch the whole interview, so I don't know if she went into detail asking him questions about his past and where the foundation of his fear is coming from, because she did a great job at highlighting his fear and the fact he's making fear-based concepts and movements based on fear. However, did she also speak on or ask him why, where this is coming from, his upbringing? Was he raised in a two-parent home? Is this impacting his current decisions? What type of trauma possibly led up to his decisions of being really promiscuous?
So that is the flaw that is Dr. Bryant. And I don't know if it's what she does or doesn't do on purpose for content reasons, but I've seen clips of her in other situations. She's been on TV shows or whatever, and she speaks to the present situation of a person, and she's very, very articulate. She's amazing at what she does. But maybe because she's been on TV and she's in media, asking a person's past either isn't conducive to the content or would probably back a person in a corner. Because the thing about it, when it comes to content, like for example, if I say a closed-ended question, you're just going to say yes or no, right? So from a content standpoint, you don't back somebody in a corner where they can't continue the conversation, right? So on a TV show or on a podcast, say the podcast is only an hour long, and you got all these things to, just like I said, come within an hour. I knew what I'm going to be able to say before you got here, right? So from a content standpoint, the producer of the content may say, don't bring up the past because we need to continue the narrative of the content to continue. Because if we're talking about having all these kids and blah, 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 and then you start asking about his childhood, we're going to go backwards and it can muddy the podcast episode. So sometimes, whether it's TV, a podcast, or an episode or whatever, or she comes in as a guest, it may not be conducive for her to go that deep, because it can muddy the whole conversation, and one, make it boring, or two, pull it backwards instead of forwards. So I don't know the answer to the question, but it seems like it's her MO to not go to the childhood. I go to the childhood.
Yeah, that's where I would go. And I feel she should have, especially since she's a psychologist and she's coming from a clinical lens when she was speaking to him. I feel it's also important, not taking away from her and what she does, but I'm just saying, for me personally, I would have highlighted, maybe not go into the depth of the childhood, but highlighted the fact that many times when we see men that have this type of promiscuous behavior, this is based on their upbringing, or it could be based on something that happened during their adolescent years where they were traumatized. There also could be signs of sexual abuse. There could be signs of physical abuse, and these things can lead to these type of behaviors. So just highlighting it and touching on it, I feel would have been helpful, only because I found when I'm working with men specifically that are very promiscuous, and a lot of them have sex addiction. They have sex addiction. So their behavior, their fear-based behavior, is a lot of times based on addiction. And a lot of times it's based on some type of abuse.
Well, let's stop right there. In my opinion, I don't think this is sex addiction. I don't think this has anything to do with sex at all. I think this is baby addiction. So, so listen to this. I don't think it's about sex. Listen to this.
Kids,
we ain't there yet. We got 7 strong.
Well, we not there with Nick.
We trying to shoot for 11 though.
Okay, I'm gonna put 12 on it just in case.
No, it ain't
So,
no just in
you know-
case. I want 11. I'm intentional.
Okay, so
Be intentional.
we gonna do 11.
I'm gonna be honest.
That is not a sex addiction. That is an intentional description of what he wants his life to be. That's not an addiction. That's
Yeah.
intention right there. Do you agree?
Well, I'm not saying he particular has a sex addiction. I'm saying a lot of men who are promiscuous, it leads to sex addiction based on trauma. I can never diagnose anybody who is not under my direct care, so I can't say who has a sex addiction unless I'm directly working with them.
But do you think?
I don't even know Cam Newton at all. I haven't been
But do you
looking at
think
him.
what he's doing is promiscuous? Because he wants these kids. Okay, let's look at it like this.
Yeah.
He was in a relationship with his first baby mama, gave her 3 kids, I think, or 2. He was in a relationship with his next baby mama, gave her some kids. So
Yes.
I don't think this is promiscuous or promiscuity because he made these children in relationships. Just like
Right,
when,
but was he faithful in those relationships to those women? Because do we know that?
I don't know, but my question is sex addiction or being promiscuous. I don't think this has anything to do with this because if I was in a relationship and then we had kids together and I'm in a relationship over here and we have kids together, how am I promiscuous? I only had kids with, like, see, the thing about it is, it's 2 sides of sex. It's having sex with a whole bunch of people and then having babies with a whole bunch of people.
And that's the question. Do we know?
The most promiscuous people don't have kids at all.
Do we know what Cam Newton was doing when he was in those relationships? Is he in actual relationships where they're monogamous? Or is he just sleeping with everybody? Because like Future, for example, he's just sleeping with everybody and he has kids with some people, not with everybody. So that's the thing. Is Cam Newton in actual relationships?
Yes. According to, what I, seen, read, whatever. Yeah, he was in relationships with these women and his goal is to have all these kids. So
he's bouncing from woman to woman. So he's not sleeping with
bouncing. We all are in relationships with people and then we break up.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So he's not, that was my question. So he's not bouncing. He's in these relationships for a certain amount of time and he's monogamous with these specific women and then he breaks up and then he goes to another woman and has another relationship. That's completely different from what it appeared that Nick Cannon was doing because Nick Cannon is just sleeping with everybody.
That's different. Right.
Yeah, that's different. So that's what I'm trying to define. What is he doing? Like, what is Cam Newton doing? Is he promiscuous? Or is he having relationships with one woman and then having kids with that one woman? And then after so long, it doesn't work. And then he goes to another woman, has a long-term relationship, has kids with her. That's totally different than what Nick Cannon is doing. Nick Cannon, to me, in my opinion, I don't know him personally, but he just appears to be a thought just sleeping with everybody.
That's the difference. I think that's one of the differences between Cam Newton, because there are differences. And I just want to make sure that we don't put somebody in the wrong box. Because right. So the thing about it is, I had an ex, like I actually, I'll just say this. To the women that I was in a relationships with, one of them didn't, but I chose women who got their tubes tied, so I would never have to worry about getting them pregnant. Because men and women, if you having sex and y'all living together, a baby is going to be made if one person isn't on birth control, you're not using a condom, or no vasectomies, or no tube being tied. So I would meet a woman and she'd be like, yeah, I got 2 kids. And I'd be like, you want more? No, my tube's tied. And I'm like, my eyes go like, ooh.
Oh gosh.
I'm like,
Oh my goodness! Not rubbing hands like Birdman.
Yeah, yeah. So because I enjoy. Well, I'm not gonna say I enjoy, but making a woman a Twinkie is like is enjoyable. So But if her tubes aren't tied and you make her a Twinkie, you're gonna have a problem. So you're gonna have a baby. So the thing about it is, as a man, if you enjoy making Twinkies, you have to. You understand what I mean? Making Twinkies. But
I don't. I was trying to see if you're going to explain it.
You don't know what
I don't. Is that a
Can
sex
somebody in the
position?
chat explain what making Twinkies is?
What is making Twinkies? I've never heard of that. Is that a sex position? I don't know.
Can somebody in the chat, please? Can you see the chat from where you are or no?
I can't. No, because I got out of the chat.
So somebody in the chat explain what making Twinkies means. Okay. Do you see this on
Cream
the
in the middle. Okay. Okay, I got it now.
Right.
Okay. So you're
Yeah.
not okay. All right.
The-
No semen retention for you, I see.
Right. Just what's in the Twinkie, like creamy feeling. So
Okay.
yeah. So when you are, making Twinkies, you have to be careful of the contraception and all the other stuff, whatever. So my cheat code was women who had a tube tied. So, and if you ask a woman early enough, there's no reason for her to lie that her tubes are tied. You know what I'm saying? So
you believe her?
Huh?
You believe her and trust her when you ask that?
I'm a human behavior person. I know when you're lying or not. If I ask you, okay, right now, do you have kids?
No.
Okay. There's no reason for me to think you're lying right there. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no see, women or men start lying when they think they can get somewhere with somebody. If you ask somebody, you got kids, like the second, couple questions, there's no context to lying. You know what I'm saying? So there's no reason to lie if they don't even know you.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Because I noticed earlier you said that as you're starting to get more and more money, right? You got your you got a vasectomy, right?
Yeah.
Suppose you meet a woman, and let's say that now you're a millionaire. Okay. You meet this woman, you guys are making Twinkies and all this, you're all having a good time, and she sees an opportunity to get with you and tie you down, right?
Yeah.
So even though she had her tube tied, she had that done, but then she sees an opportunity and she goes and gets it reversed, because you can get that done, and she gets it reversed, and then she gets pregnant by you.
That can happen, definitely. That can happen, but the way I fix things is I'm the one that's fixed. I tie my tubes.
Right, but the thing, have you ever heard of
I didn't have no millions of dollars then. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't even on social media when I was making Twinkies. You know what I'm saying?
But you heard those times where, in rare occasions, that women can still get pregnant when a man has a vasectomy.
Yes. Huh?
Okay. I'm just saying, you've heard that happen?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't make Twinkies anymore because
I'm just saying,
I don't trust my own vasectomy. So I don't.
Okay,
so
that's what
I was making Twinkies then because they had no reason to spend the money to untie their tubes, and they had no reason because I asked the woman so early. Like I meet a woman just at a Target or whatever. Hey, we exchange each other numbers or whatever, right? And then we get on the phone. She don't know me from Adam. I'm just some guy in Target or whatever. Hey, So tell me about yourself. You got kids? She says no kids. I'm like, no, I'm good. If she has, I got 2 kids. How old are they? You want more kids? Oh no, I'm done with that. No, there's no reason for her to lie. She don't even know me. And then boom, I'm like, okay, her tubes are tied. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I'm just saying, I'm not a doctor, so I can like a medical doctor, so I can't say what the probability of these things happening. I'm just playing around different ideas. But you said you're not out here making Twinkies anymore. Right. So that's not so. Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't necessarily trust, like, okay, it's like this. I know that you can turn around and have a baby having a vasectomy. So I'm not no woman, no Twinkie, because I don't trust it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I got a little money now, and women be like this with me now. Like,
so do you think you would do semen retention then?
what do you mean?
Semen retention, where you have an orgasm but you don't release your sperm. Practicing semen retention. It's supposed to increase your mental clarity. It's supposed to strengthen your ability to.
You mean not having sex?
No, you have sex. You're having sex. But semen retention is the practice of not releasing your sperm, like ejaculating. You're not doing that. So you're having an orgasm without releasing. That semen retention.
That part I don't understand. I don't understand how you can have an orgasm without having an orgasm.
Yeah, it's called semen retention.
I thought that was just not coming. You just have sex and then stop before you're done.
Yeah, my brother, he does it. He does semen retention, and he said he gets pleasure from it, but he's not releasing his sperm.
No, I get pleasure from sex, and you said orgasm. I don't think a man can have an orgasm without having an orgasm. So a woman can, not a man.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe
that's what he said to me. But I'm not a man. So you would know better than me. That's what my brother said he does it in order to increase his mental clarity and accountability to be able to.
Well, my opinion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Coming increases my mental, because when we are horny, we're kind of like zombies. It's just like, oh shit, it's fine, right? But when I don't had an orgasm, I ain't thinking about nothing. I'm back to work. So if I'm still holding on to the semen, I'm ready to smash. After I smash, I got to get back to work. So I don't know. I might be wrong, but I think that's
I found it. I just found it. So semen retention is the practice of intentionally avoiding ejaculation. It could be done by abstaining from sexual activity, stopping before ejaculation, or learning how to orgasm. You can still learn how to orgasm without ejaculating. So that's what it says semen retention is.
I don't even want to know how that feels. That sounds weird. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't want to know. But no, I'm good. No.
I just so you're not making any of those.
No, I told you I'm not making.
You don't
Twinkies.
make them anymore. You're not making Twinkies anymore, so we don't have to worry about that either way.
Right. So shout out to the women I've made Twinkies. Shout out to y'all. But
in the past.
Yeah. Shout out to the Twinkies. But let's get back to the video. Where is it? Okay.
That goes to my point. I'm trying to ask a question. You have two different men right here. One man who has.
I will not date a man with kids.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Yes. I will not.
Do you understand, just off of the statistic?
He remind me of single mothers that be trying to have that same argument.
I totally agree. This man sounds like a whole single mother. He's sitting here arguing with this woman over and over and over again, trying to get her to be okay with dating a person who has children. Single mothers do the same mess.
Me isn't something that's conducive for what I want.
I don't want to do it.
That goes to my point. I'm trying to ask a question. You have two different men right here. One man who has.
I will not date a man with kids.
I will not date him.
Yes.
But do you understand, just off of the statistic?
And then people love to say, well, statistically, you're not going to find a man that don't have no kids, or you're not going to find women be like, well, where you going to find a woman who ain't got no kids? There's a woman who ain't got no kids right here. There's women who ain't got kids all over the place.
Yeah.
So why do you think he is trying to get her to want to date men who have kids? Do you think he likes her, or what do you think?
I think he just wants to justify his actions.
Yeah. Okay.
He wants to justify them. Yeah. I was really looking at the leggings he has on. That's where I zeroed in on, is Cam Newton's leggings. Those.
Yo.
I was just like, whoa, look at those leggings.
Wait, he has. I never thought about. Hold on, let me back up.
Yeah, look.
He has leggings.
Look at them. If you like, can you move down and see?
But
like,
also
his
that
whole
he's a broken
thigh?
man.
But you're going to be with a broken man.
No, I won't. I just said I wouldn't be with a man. I wouldn't be
The camera goes back. He in one of these segments
with a broken man who has multiple kids. I will take
No, not multiple. I'm talking
right there.
There, look.
I thought he just had some jogger pants on. They're leggings.
Look how tight those are. If those are jogger pants, those are jogger pants that I wear as leggings. Look how tight they are on his
That's
thigh.
gross. He got on leggings. I never.
And the hat.
That. Yo,
The hat he has on. He looks like a character. Look at his whole outfit.
he looks like Peter Pan. You know, and like I said, he in my opinion, he may be suffering from Peter Pan syndrome. And yeah, he looks like personally, this is just my opinion. This is just my opinion. And I mean guys who wear ball caps all the time. You never seen them without a ball cap. Men who have to wear a hat or wear outfits like Cam every single day, they are women with penises. Because women are the same way. You know, certain types of women, they can't leave out the house without a wig on, without the eyelashes, without the makeup. A lot of dudes, their clothing is their makeup. Because people are like, yo, Aaron, you're getting older. Why don't you dress differently? I don't want to. Why you wear hats? Because I don't want to look like these dudes. So, and it's just my opinion, because Cam and other people can do whatever they want to do. It's a specific reason why y'all don't see me ever wearing hats. Because I look to be different than the average black dude. I think it's a black dude thing. And I'm happy to be black, but I don't want to be looked at as a black dude.
Right.
You know, I'm not the typical black dude. I don't smoke weed. I don't drink. I don't do black dude stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, you might say, you know, I wear t-shirts or whatever. I ain't walk around with a suit on. So you might say I dress like a black dude, but I don't wear the ball cap. So you can't say I dress like a black dude if I never wore ball caps, because black dudes wear ball caps. So to me, is my way of separating myself. If I'm in a room full of people, I'm probably gonna be the only black dude without a ball cap on. So I don't wear all that shit because to me, I think it's feminine. It's feminine for a man to have to wear a ball cap every time he goes on social media or every time he goes outside. He has to match his outfit and all that shit. I'm that's feminine to me. Now, can I put that shit on? Yeah, but it's still, I'm not gonna match this with that. I'm gonna wear a nice outfit. You know what I'm saying? I wear expensive shoes or whatever. My colors match. You know, I'm not gonna wear a different color black on a, you know, so I do that. But I'm not doing all this Cam Newton shit. But my thing is, it's not Cam Newton shit. It's black dude shit. So the typical black dude gotta have a hat. You know, even dudes who be on social media, right? I'm wearing these sunglasses simply because the light right here, is getting on my nerves. So you can see where it was.
Yeah, I see it. I see
the
it.
light right there. The light is getting on my nerves. But dudes who gotta wear sunglasses all the time, dudes gotta wear ball caps online. Dudes gotta be fresh. Dude who, you know, I'm not. You know, I'm not crazy, whatever, but dudes gotta wear all their jewelry on. You know, I got my necklace. That's cool. But you have all this jewelry on, bracelets and rings and ball cap, and then shades, and then the neck and 4 necklaces and shit. And then they just going online. This shit is just a little extra. So I'm just like, this is me, period. And yes, I'll wear my necklace, walk around the house, because it's like the left side. If I don't left out the house and came back and I got my necklace on, I'm not going to take it off because there's no reason. So I be walking around the house with my necklace on. So to the guys who just gotta do all this stuff, in my opinion, even in earrings and shit, all that shit is feminine. To me, it's feminine. It's peacocking, and to a certain degree, just like I say with women, I don't trust women who have to wear a wig all the time because it tells me, and I may be wrong, you're hiding your inadequacies. Why don't you want me to see your neck? See, women, I know women. Women wear wigs to hide their fat face and their fat necks. That's the reason why women wear wigs. And dudes wear hats in order to hide their receding hairlines or the fact that they ain't got no haircut.
Yeah.
So
and a lot of Black women don't seem to embrace their natural look because they're feeding into society. Also, there's a lot of insecurity.
No, I think it's fatness.
What about the women who stay in the gym and they're not fat?
Women who stay in the gym don't wear wigs all the time.
I see women who wear wigs all the time who stay in the gym, especially in LA. That's a big thing here.
Okay, I can understand it, but women who wear wigs are usually fat and they usually don't go to the gym because the epitome of wig wearing is laziness.
That's what I was about to say. Now you hit it. You hit it right there when you said that. It's laziness. That's the key. I'm guilty of that. I will put on wigs because I'm too lazy to do my hair sometimes. It's laziness. That's the issue. Yes. Yeah.
So it's the same thing with guys. They got to wear all this bullshit because they're lazy in some type of way. Because it's like this, like Cam as an example. He got 8 kids. So he may want to feel more or less inadequate. So he dresses up like this. You know, he dresses up like what is that? Like a pilgrim in order to hide his inadequacies of him having all these goddamn kids. And I'm not saying I don't have inadequacies, but I don't need to hide inadequacies. I'm not hiding nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I look at humans, male and female, as what are you hiding? Like Steve Harvey as an example. I don't know if you noticed when he used to have that high top fade. Did you know it was fake? It was a wig.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Steve, that was a wig. When he had a high top fade on. So yeah, dudes be wearing wigs and dudes be wearing all these hats and shit. And I just don't want to be like these weird dudes. And they can do what they want to do. I'm just not them. So I like to separate myself from the typical dysfunctional Black dude at all times in any way I can. That's all.
And I attribute that and connect that to insecurities as well. Inadequacies, insecurities. Just like I remember I saw a video on YouTube about this woman who said that she doesn't feel beautiful without a wig because if she wears her natural hair, she doesn't look pretty.
That's most women.
Yeah.
Most women wear wigs so they can look beautiful because they don't feel beautiful. I actually call it identity dichotomy. Like when you go out of your house looking like somebody else to the point where you don't want to take it off when you come home because you still got to look at yourself in the mirror and you want to look like somebody else in the mirror. And when you end up taking all that bullshit off, you start feeling bad about yourself and it makes you have to wear that shit even more when you go back outside because you're like, damn, I look ugly.
And that's what a lot of these women have, you know, they don't have edges because of all the wigs. So then they have to wear the wig. It rips their edges off. And so they have to wear the wigs after that because they've already destroyed their edges. Yeah.
So if you just think about how overtly and overall dysfunctional a wig wearer actually is, because I was saying this to a woman And she was just like, well, that makes women feel bad. I'm like, I don't care. You know, that's because for anybody who doesn't know, and I know we talk about Cam Newton, but this is the stupid, dysfunctional mess women do right here.
No more. I've learned my lesson.
I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women. Women. I would not put on makeup. I will love.
Baby, I will be submitted.
That's the disgustingness of wig wearers. Wig wearers to me are like disgusting little aliens that was walking around on Men in Black. Wig wearers are like those little aliens on Men in Black. You know,
my mom hates when I wear wigs. She says, take off the hair hat. Yeah, she says take off the hair hat. Don't wear that. She hates it.
Yeah. So my brain, you know, women can do whatever they want to do, but in my brain, wig wearers are like disgusting aliens.
And so you obviously don't date women who wear wigs.
A woman can wear a wig, but if she keeps it's like this. It's like this. I have to respect the world, right? In media. You want to wear a wig because your hair might frizzle out before the cameras come on.
Right.
Or if you're on stage and you're talking, you don't want your hair to start frizzing out because I understand temperature and condensation or whatever, participation, whatever the hell, condensation, whatever, I don't know the word, can cause your hair to start messing up. And then you're on camera or you're on stage or whatever. And next thing you know, you looking stupid or whatever. So I can understand, you know, a woman might want to, you know, wear a wig sometimes or whatever. I don't see nothing wrong with that. You know, I'm not against. Oh, it's like this. If like I drink every now and then, but I don't drink. I don't look at myself as a person that drinks, but I have a drink. I'm not against having, you know, a drink, you know, but I don't drink, you know. So it's like if you wear a wig every now and then, I don't have a problem with that. You know, if I got to deal with you wearing a wig for like 2 weeks, you know, I'm okay with that. And then as long as, you know, when you get done with that hairstyle, you go back to your own stuff, and then you know, you go back. If you change hairstyle, now you're wearing a wig again. Now I don't see you as attractive, so I don't know. I might just break up with you because if I see you with a wig on for too long, I might just break up with you. So
what about BBLs?
No, all
for
that shit.
You don't. You wouldn't date a female with a BBL.
The answer is no. I would. Okay. And this is every man. This is not just me. We all would have sex with a wig wearer. We all would have sex with a woman with a BBL. We all would have sex with a woman who got her breast done. But those things speak disturbing, dysfunctional, emotional, problematic mindsets. So would we be with that type of person? No. But yeah, I play with it. I'm gonna problem with that. So yeah, your BBL.
The men who marry those type of women. What would you say about them? That marry women with BBL.
They can do whatever they want to do. I'm not here to judge other men because I can only talk about what I would do. So I'm not going to say they're crazy, they're this and that. So that's not my business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But men who date women who are wig wearers and the BBLs and all the other stuff, well, you know, get in relationships with them. There's an inadequacy inside of him, and most likely he wants somebody that is a bad bitch, and he wants to feel good that he has a bad bitch. You know, like I date regular girls. I don't want a bad bitch.
Okay.
Because bad bitches are kind of stupid. They're kind of slow. They're kind of, you know, they're a little problematic. They're argumentative. They don't know, because it's a reason why she's bad. Because most women aren't just naturally bad. They're, like I said, they wear wigs. They wear
Wigs,
BBLs.
the
You know what I'm saying?
lashes.
Right.
Yeah,
And
the long
dysfunction.
lashes.
Yeah. So dysfunction comes with all of that crap because you have to be dysfunctional to wear all that shit all the time. So I'm not going to be with a dysfunctional looking woman, and dysfunctional looking women are dysfunctional women. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I see where you're coming from.
So yeah, I'll catch a chick off on tour or whatever. But that's about it. I'm just gonna play around with her or whatever. And that's most guys,
Yeah.
But the dysfunction is even worse because women have no idea that men don't want them. And they keep wearing
and they're doing that work for men to want them. They're getting the BBLs
and men don't
the
want them.
lashes, and they're doing that to get attention from men because that's what all the girls who are getting all the likes on Instagram look like.
And the attention at clubs. See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. I want you to imagine right now, you as a woman, you walk into a club, right? A bar. And over here is two women with wigs and eyelashes on, right? And then over here is two women who wear their natural hair and they're wearing the pretty locks, right?
Yeah.
Explain to me how the men are approaching each women. Explain. Go ahead. I want to see.
They, in my opinion, they approach them completely different. And from my experience, like I can just say for me, let me just use me. So when I have went to the club and I had on a short dress and I have on wigs and I have lashes because I've been there, done that. The type of men that would approach me, I notice, is more sexual in nature. Like they want to have friends with benefits, like they're nothing serious with me. However, when I come with a longer dress on and I have less makeup on and I look more natural, I notice men approach me wanting to get to know me and get to know who I am. And they're even more open to having a friendship and learning about me. I've noticed the difference.
Because wig wearers appear to be stupider than natural hair women to us men. Whether they are or not, that's the different. That's not my business or whatever. But it's typical for wig wearers to be more dysfunctional, more dense, more entitled, you know what I'm saying? Not have a lot of substance about them, you know what I'm saying? Because if you have substance, you don't have to show your substance because your substance is internal.
Is within.
You don't have to wear a short skirt and your titties out or whatever because your substance inside, you know what I'm saying? Your conversation, your level of articulation, your ability to, hold a conversation, you know what I'm saying? So those are the things that a woman would be confident in having, where she doesn't want all that attention, because a woman that knows how to articulate herself, she doesn't want a whole bunch of dudes walking up to her.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's the attention whores that want all of that. And it goes back to the men. This is
Not
this
going
right
to
here. This to me says attention whore.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not finna wear all that crazy shit. Like, why? What is your point? So to me, whether it's a man or a woman, if you're wearing all this crazy shit, you may be an attention whore.
Right. I agree with that for sure. And I've noticed guys look at me, like when I have wigs on and we're having conversation, I notice them looking up at the wig and looking up at the part where the wig is and all that. And because right now I have braids in, right? But when I wear wigs, I noticed that. And I started throwing away a lot of my wigs for the exact reason that you're saying, because it breeds laziness. And it's not allowing me to act and walk as in my wife era, which what I like to say I'm walking in, is knowing how to be feminine, soft, and natural, and let what I have from within exude my beauty from within more
Yeah.
so the makeup, which is why I really don't wear makeup. I just maybe have lip gloss and maybe I'll have mascara, but I stopped wearing lashes also because lashes pull out your hair. Just like wigs, they pull out your edges.
Yeah.
Lashes pull out your real lashes, and these women are bald underneath those lashes. When they take them off, they're bald and they look nuts.
Yeah.
You know? So it's really destroying us. It's making us look pretty at the time. However, organically, we're looking awful when we take those things off. We look horrible.
Yeah. So yeah, y'all literally could okay. It's an identifier, like I said. So I want the hoes to continue wearing the wigs because we need to be able to identify the hoes. You know, so when I'm out, I see the wig wearers, I'm like, oh, they're the hoes. You know, and the women over here who wear the natural hair, I'm like, okay, those are the good girls. But sometimes the natural hair girls, they be the hoes, and the good girls be the wig wearers. So I be confused sometimes. So I need the hoes to wear the wigs and the good girls to wear the natural hair. So I know who to approach and who not to approach.
Yeah.
Or what mood I'm in on who to approach. Because I think the hoes are wearing the wigs. So yeah,
And
shout out
that's
to
what
the
I
hoes.
think about male thoughts. I feel male thoughts are always walking around with tight shirts, tight those
Leggings.
sweatpants. Yeah, they're leggings, but they call them sweatpants. But to me, those are leggings,
Well,
and you
I
can see
wear
their bulge.
wait, so I wear jogger pants almost every day.
But can
So
you see the imprint? Are you advertising?
I can't okay. Yes, you can see the print, but what I like wearing jogger. See, I go to the gym almost every day, and I randomly go to the gym. So, like,
Okay.
if I'm on the way home from something, right, and I got jogger pants on, I'm gonna go to the gym before I go home. So I like to wear jogging pants, and I go to it's a 24-hour gym, and I like to go to different 24-hour gyms throughout the city. So if I'm in Marietta, I'll go to the 24-hour gym in Marietta randomly, and me wearing jogging pants, because I don't feel comfortable going to a gym with jeans on. You look kind of stupid,
Oh yeah,
you
of
know.
course, of course.
So I
Yeah.
just always wear jogging pants because I'm always looking to go to the gym.
Okay.
So that's the reason why. But I always wear. I got on jogging pants now. I always wear jogging pants.
Well, that's just my sign of a thought because I feel they're advertising their print to let everyone know they're available for action, which is women wearing those bodycon dresses. They're also advertising their body, letting them know they're available. That's just my opinion.
Like
And
I
I'm
like
a
a woman
woman.
with tights on. I think
So you like those bodycon dresses?
no
Those
tights.
tight dresses? So
Tights.
leggings?
Leggings, yeah, leggings.
Okay, so
I
you
like
like
to see a woman in leggings because in my mind, she looked like she just went to the gym.
Okay.
So I look at that men wearing jogging pants and women wearing leggings as gym attire, and you're just a
Right,
gym
and
rat.
it should be. It should be. However, I can only speak of what I personally see, and they're in LA, for example. Basically, all these females around here wear leggings all day, and they're
I
not
love
going
it.
to the gym. They're just be wearing leggings to show off their body.
Okay.
There are some women going to the gym. Yes, there
Yeah,
are.
yeah, yeah.
But I'm just like, okay, let me just say me, because I always like to be accountable, right? Accountability is the word. So I sometimes, when I'm keyword lazy, I will put on some leggings because I'm being lazy and I know damn well I'm not going to the gym. They're comfy. They're
Yeah.
comfortable.
They're
So that's
comfortable.
why I put them on,
Yeah.
right? But this is what I started doing now. If I go out the house and I have leggings, what I do is I put on a long vest that covers my body because I'm really curvy. So I'll cover my body with like a long vest so it's not showing things when I walk out on the
Okay,
street.
question. Just a question. Why are
Yeah.
you trying to hide it? Just a question.
Because of the reason that you said earlier, I do not want all this attention. I don't. And whenever I go out, I get, like, for example, if I go to a club, or even before when I used to go to strip clubs, they would think that I'm a stripper, or a lot of the times in LA, they think like you're in that type of lifestyle. There's a lot
Yeah,
of,
yeah, yeah.
sex workers, strippers. That's a big thing. That's a big thing here. So
Mm.
I don't want to like misrepresent who I am and how I'm moving. And
That makes
also, I like wearing bodycon dresses also. However, I had to remind myself, certain body types, if you wear those type of dresses, it makes it look like you're advertising services.
Yes. So I can understand what you're saying. I do. I can understand what you're saying. So yeah, if the woman isn't going to the gym, she probably doing it for attention. If the man isn't going to the gym, he's probably doing it for attention. But yeah, I wear jogger pants almost every day. Like I got like the only time I wear jeans is when I'm going to some type of event. If there's some type of day party or whatever, I will wear jeans. But if I'm just going somewhere, going out to eat or whatever, I'm wearing jogger pants every day. Because
So let me ask you this. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, so let's say you see a woman and she has on a bodycon dress. She doesn't have on a wig, but she has a fitted long dress on. What would you think about her?
I don't see nothing wrong with that.
You wouldn't see her as like a thought or a hoe or anything like that.
The only way I can tell a woman is a thought is she's wearing a wig.
Oh my gosh. So that's the only thing. It's the wig. So I can wear it. So what about the cleavage? What about me having a bodycon dress on, no wig, cleavage, and a tight dress? I'm still fine. To you.
I don't have a problem with. See, there's levels of cleavage. There's levels of dress. There, I don't know the body, whatever dress you're talking about, so I can't visualize it. So
just like a tight dress, like a really tight. It looks like it's painted on. Like one of those dresses.
I don't know, but I don't know. The main thing is I want a woman that is fit.
Okay.
So if you're looking fit, you have a small waist and you have this dress on, I'm going to be like, damn, she looks good. I'm not going to say she's a hoe. I appreciate her being fit. See, I'm not going to take fit and think hoe. I'm going to see fit.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. So it's the wig, the lashes, the BBL, that's what turns you off.
Right, because that's laziness.
It is.
See, if you're wearing a tight dress and you are shaped like a Coke bottle, that means that you are not lazy because you earned that body.
Okay. Fair enough.
You get what I'm saying? So it's whole and lazy. So you wearing all this dumb shit, it makes you attention whore, you're a hoe, or you're lazy. If you wearing a tight dress and you wearing locks or whatever, I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for locks. So if you got locks on and you're pretty, I don't care if you're a hoe or not, I might give you a Twinkie.
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
So yeah.
Okay, well that's fair. That makes sense. I mean, and for me, after talking to you, I have a more clear understanding of how Cam Newton is moving versus Nick Cannon as well. On how yes, Cam Newton is creating these empty homes or broken homes, sorry. And at the same time, he also has relationships with these women though. You know?
Yeah.
So
the
question for you is he so bad because he's choosing, or let me put it correctly, he has a fear, because that's what he said. I have a fear of divorce.
Okay, so Cam Newton and Nick Cannon are equally bad, in my opinion. But one is more accountable for themselves because right here, Cam Newton says this.
Whatever her ego needs it to be labeled so that you feel good about your choices. But at the end of the day, a family consists of a dynamic, and that dynamic consists of two parents and a child. And when you start to create that multiple times, and when there's somebody missing from the home, but they are the school daddy, meaning I pick them up or drop them off to school, or they are the sports mother.
Now she's making a point right here. School daddy, they're just coming around, you
Mother
know.
or father, that household now is broken.
But my children stay with me. But my children stay with me.
See, Nick Cannon can't say that. Nick Cannon, is just he's dropping semen like bird droppings. Like he's just right. So Nick Cannon is actually, in my opinion, a terrible person. I don't think Cam Newton is a terrible person. I just think he's a dysfunctional person. I actually think Cam Newton has a certain slave buckism. I think from an epigenetic standpoint, he feels like one of those slaves on a plantation that was brought on a plantation to have sex with all the women in order to make more people with his genetics. So I think there's a genetic thing where he's like the slave at the plantation. Like his job is to impregnate all the females so they would have his DNA.
But you said that, because that sounds like to me more like Nick Cannon, but because you told me that Cam Newton has relationships and stays with one woman.
And the kids live in his house. So he's not
In his
that
house.
bad as a
Yeah,
as a person.
exactly. So now because I personally didn't know that about him, but now I know that about him, meaning that he has these relationships. He's not just like going with this. Like, for example, Future to me is completely disgusting.
trash.
Future makes me sick. He
Yeah.
makes me want to puke because he's sleeping with everybody. He doesn't have protected sex. When I look at Future, I think of somebody who has every STD created. Like he probably is a carrier of every STD because he does not believe in condoms at all.
Who?
That's how I look at him. Future.
I don't know.
Future. I mean,
He said that
Yeah.
in a song or something?
no, but I feel
What
that
what did he rhyme with condom? Condom? What did he say in his
Did
song?
he?
I don't know. You said he don't wear condoms. He said in the song.
Because
I just want to know what he
has
rhymed condom
unprotected
with.
sex all the time. He's always having unprotected sex.
How do you know this?
Well, one, because of all the women he's been sleeping with and all the women that seem to be popping up all over the place being pregnant by him.
Well, you can't just run around saying somebody doesn't do something and you don't know.
Okay, so let me say, I don't know for a fact that Future doesn't use condoms. I don't know this because I've never been around him. I don't know him personally. However, by his actions and all the women that are popping up randomly getting pregnant by him and women that have been interviewed saying that they have slept with him and that he doesn't wear condoms. So I'm only basing it on the interviews I've watched of these women that have interviews about Future and saying that he doesn't wear condoms. However, I don't personally know Future to know if he wears condoms or not. However, I'm just basing on these interviews and then all the random women that are popping up all over pregnant.
Right. Okay, I got you. Yeah, but we just can't put stuff on people. But yeah,
Correct.
Yeah, so I see Cam Newton as a guy that is extremely tall and he's like, I want to make people like me. I want to share my epigenetics and my DNA, because of how his stature, in my opinion.
That's fair.
Tall girls, tall boys, and what's up, Stan? And everybody's playing basketball, everybody's playing football or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But you can't say that about Nick Cannon because Nick Cannon is what, 5'7", 5'8", or whatever, normal size guy. So there's no genetics about Nick Cannon. He just is a hard worker. But we're gonna talk about Nick Cannon too. So let's get back to
it. A man with children.
No, but let me clear this up because you said I won't date a broken man. That's not what I said.
No, I said, listen to what I'm saying.
I heard you. Let me answer it. Hold on. We all have a level of brokenness. So will I date a broken man? Yes. Am I going to date a certain type of brokenness? No.
Oh, when they be so upset at the fact that a man wouldn't date a single mother. He sounds just like them. There's nothing that you could possibly say to change her mind. She will not date a single father. And it was killing me towards the end right there because Cam was trying so hard. He was trying so hard to put this woman in a situation to where she would be dating a single father. Bro, you didn't have to create that narrative.
Telling us about how you pack his bags before his games, how you cook for him, how you're his.
She's talking about his present baby mama that he said on the podcast that he does not want.
Peace and love and support and encouragement. How third time's the charm because you're the third baby mother to his 8th child. About how that money made you do it. While you're on the internet saying all that, he's on the internet, a middle-aged man, 8 kids, 3 baby mothers, saying he's waiting for marriage and he's still looking for his wife.
What do you think about a woman that, okay, if I had a coochie, I would, 1, be a lesbian, or 2, be a whore. Because a woman's vagina mixed with her amazing body could get a rich man or could have a baby with a rich man. If I was a woman, I would have a baby with a rich person and live off their child support. If I was a woman, I would bust my ass in the gym, be a lesbian, and then have, I can't even say that because that sounds gay, and do the thing probably one time or have one relationship in order to get pregnant and then go back to my lesbian. And that would be my life. And I would be able to take care of my lesbian girlfriend with the rich person's money. And that would be my life if I was a woman. So with all that being said, if I was a woman, I would do the same shit. So I can't get mad at these women. But these single mothers, see, if anybody watches my content, I am against women who are pookie pickers.
Yeah, I see that.
Choosers. I ain't never said don't go have a baby with no nigga with money. See, I'm mad at Cam. I'm not mad at these women. I'm mad at Cam for impregnating all these women. I'm not mad at the women because, like I said, if I was one, I'd do the same shit. Because, like, who the hell wants to work and do all this shit and all these ups and downs and get laid off? You can't get laid off in child support. So I don't necessarily have a huge problem with a woman looking at having a baby with a dude that's worth $50-100 million. And because 1, the child is going to be taken care of financially. 2, the child is going to be able to see their daddy on TV and be like, that's my daddy. You know what I'm saying? And even though daddy isn't around a lot, you can see daddy on TV. I think that's cool as hell. I think all of us would love to have a dad that ain't around, but we see the nigga on TV. I think that'd be awesome.
You think that's good? Or are you being sarcastic?
Yeah, I go to school like my daddy is so and so. Like you can't tell me nothing. Like what? You know how much women, how many girls I'm gonna get? 1, we got money. 2, I'm gonna get my first car at 16, and 3, I got all the girls because my daddy is so and so. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but where's the upbringing, being raised by an actual man to know how to carry and lead as a man?
Yes, I would want that, but most of us don't have that anyway.
That's the problem. I'm
just saying the best situation versus because the perfect situation. Okay, I'll say it like this. I would rather be the kid of a Cam Newton than the kid of a broke dad that married my mama.
Okay. So what would you say if essentially Cam Newton is solving those problems by providing finances for his kids and he's also physically being there for his kids? So what if he
And they
said
live
to
with
you,
him.
then what's the problem? And that's what I'm saying. They live with him
The
and he
problem
provides for
is
them.
the
So what's
8.
the problem?
The problem is the 8 and
The
wanting
8 kids.
11. Because
Right.
1 kid is one thing, 3 kids is one thing. But when you get past 3 kids, nobody's going to get the support, the love, the attention, the take me to school. How was your day? Like, it's a lot. 1 kid both. Let me tell you something. Both of my daughters got depressed at the same age, but they 4 years apart.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to be there for both of their depressions.
Yeah.
Because I only got 2 kids.
Because you only have
And they're
2.
not the same age. So I didn't have
Yeah.
to deal with the same shit. I literally, at the age of 13, your
Mm-hmm.
child is going to get depressed and hate you. So both of my kids hit 13 at different times, and I was able to be there for them, with them through their depression, and the other one wasn't depressed. So I didn't have to get them. So my kids get all the attention that they need. Like, I see my kids individually. I don't go see my kids together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
I
what if
spend
Cam,
one-on-one
because
time with my kids. But if you got 8 kids, that's impossible.
Well, because Dr. Bryant was saying that Cam Newton was being selfish by having all those kids.
Yes.
However, what if, because he came back and said, how am I selfish? Because they all live with me. I financially provide for all of them. I'm physically present with them all the time. So how am I selfish?
Because you're not physically present with 8 people is impossible.
But what if the fact that he's physically there versus the other idea, what you said, let's say that he's just a famous dad. Like you said, your idea of, okay, what if I had a famous dad? He's not physically present, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's famous.
Yeah.
You're saying that would be okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind Cam being my dad if I was a kid. And
So,
I
but
live in a big ass house. Yeah.
He's famous. He does all that. And it's impossible to be present for everybody if there's 8 kids.
The problem
right?
is, it's the 8 kids. I would hate to be the middle kid of 8 fucking people.
Yeah.
I would not. So put it like this. If I was the only child or had 1 sibling under a famous dad's household or non-household, I would pick that over broke dad and broke mom in just a normal neighborhood.
Yeah.
Because my schools are going to be better, my lifestyle is going to be better. I'm going to be able to get a car, and I'm going to be able to get girls because my dad is famous. I'm going to get opportunities. Look at the dumb shit that Will Smith's kids. They don't even want none because they so stupid. He put them in movies. Remember, my hair back and forth. They made her into a star. They dumbass like, I don't want to do that. So they were in movies and shit. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, I want to be so spoiled where I'm like, I don't want to be in that movie. No, I don't want to be a star. I want that. But I don't want 8 fucking siblings though. That sounds terrible. Do you know how
But what
much
if all those women are living in the house? What if they're all living there?
I don't want 8 siblings. Somebody's getting abused. Somebody's getting bullied.
Abused?
Yes.
Well,
somebody's getting bullied.
But what if somebody just has big families? They have big families like that.
Somebody is getting bullied and somebody's getting neglected. Guaranteed. 8
But what about the
children
single mothers? What about the single mothers who work 2 jobs who are neglecting their kids because they can't physically be there because they have all the bills?
Well, anything involving single mothers is always terrible. I'm everything having to do with single mothers. It was a video of a woman had penguin. I don't know why. And she was releasing the penguin out into the world, right? I'll actually show it to y'all. And the penguin went back into the box. And she was like, no, just go out. And the penguin was like, and the penguin was literally like, what am I supposed to do? That's what single motherhood does to kids.
And
It
that
makes
in
them so
psychology, that's
dysphoria.
learned helplessness.
Yeah,
That's
it's
called learned helplessness. Yeah.
uh-huh. Yeah, it's like you're training me to not go out in the world because the nature of a woman is to protect her baby. You're not supposed to protect. I didn't protect my children. I taught my children to protect themselves.
Well, the more I listen and the more we talk, the more I'm starting to question Dr. Bryant saying that Cam Newton is selfish. I have to be honest. The more I'm talking to you, I'm starting to question, like, is he selfish? Because, and it's only because of what he said about all my kids live with me. I take care of all of them.
Yeah, that's not
And
bad.
that's where I don't think that's bad. I'm like, wait a minute. And
I
then
have a
you
problem
also
with
said
8
he has
kids.
relationships. So that's your only issue is the 8 kids. That's the one and only. Because now I'm starting to think like, wow, like he's taking care of them. He's having relationships with the women. He's not
Yeah.
just sleeping around. I'm like,
Yeah, but I have a lot of smoke for Cam Newton because he keeps having more kids. And I think that's super dysfunctional. And it's a terrible thing because at least 3 of those kids out of those 8 most likely is getting neglected emotionally and physically. And they want their daddy to themselves. Like I told you, my kids have me to themselves. I spend one-on-one time with both of my kids. I barely ever spend time with both of my kids together.
What if just playing the flip side of things? What if he has a day of the week, a certain times where he spends with each individual kid? I don't know. I'm not in the house. I don't know what happens. I don't know how he's intentional. But suppose he does that every week. I don't know. But suppose he does.
And he has a girlfriend. You got to understand that. So that's impossible. He has a girlfriend.
What if they do it together?
We don't want to be with the woman. Who does this fucking woman? They want their daddy. I don't spend time with my kids with a woman because they don't want that. They want.
What if he says no? I got to be with my kids. Yeah.
Huh?
What if he's like you? What if he's like, okay, look, you can't spend time with me and my kids. I have to spend time with my kids by themselves, and he puts his kids as priority over the woman. I have no idea what's going on.
Now the woman is going to have problems because she's not getting time.
Maybe she shouldn't be with a man with 8 kids then. If she can't see that he's putting the kids first, maybe she shouldn't be with him then.
Women are children. So women are going to do dumb shit and then get mad at when the dumb shit turns into dumb shit. So, and I don't fault women for doing that because women are children. Women don't necessarily think too far ahead, in my opinion. So they don't think far enough ahead to keep themselves from being in a bad situation. So I think like with me as an example, you know, I protect women from themselves because that's my job. You know, women don't protect themselves from nothing, you know, like just think about the lifetime of abuse and the R word and just all these different things women go through. You know, I'm not going to fault them ever, but they put themselves in all these damn situations.
Yeah.
I'm not faulting them, but they do put themselves in those situations. So that could be, you know, me faulting them, but I don't mean my intentions isn't to fault them. But women like ruin their own lives. You know, I said earlier, check this out.
Yeah, you did.
This is what single motherhood does to children. So yeah, that's so being raised by a man, being in the house with the man and not the mother is a very positive thing. But like I said, it's the 8 kids to 11 kids. That's the only problem I have with Cam Newton.
That's the only problem. I hear you. I hear you. And I see you're coming from the perspective of you're a father and you want to make sure that if you had 8 kids, like you would know that you're not able to be as intentional as if you had 2 kids.
Yeah, I would be a terrible father. No matter how good of a father I am, I'm a terrible father because of what I curse my kids with. I curse my kids with 7 other siblings.
If you could die from embarrassment, that would put me on my deathbed.
Woo! Facts.
But you see how easily these men
She's talking about his present baby mama that he said he doesn't want.
will embarrass you, and why I'm always stressing about just at least attempt to do it the right way. Just at least give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But at least you can say you tried. Y'all just immediately give in to being the 3rd baby mother. Y'all just immediately give in to being the live-in girlfriend. He's still looking for his wife, meanwhile you're home with his kid.
Right.
And I'm sorry, no amount of money is gonna fix that. Because there's no way that he can be a present dad to 3 different homes, and he says he's still looking to make more.
This is who she's talking about right here, Jasmine Brown. This is somebody, an influencer that I was following on Instagram for many years. Thought she was very smart, funny, insightful. And then when I heard that she got with Cam Newton, just like everybody else, oh snap, she's about to be the next baby mama. And then she got pregnant and was like, yep, we all knew this was coming. She is delusional in thinking that she was going to be the one. She was going to be the one to change this man when this man is stating that he want more kids and he still ain't found his wife yet. You thought you was going to be the wife, huh? She was out there saying, oh no, look, it's different now. He done grown. He over here. He's showing me what a great guy he is. Oh man. The Lulu.
I want to go back to this little argument. If you got 2.
All right, so now we on Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon is literally 10 times worse than Cam Newton.
2 abandoned people.
Yes.
In this situation.
Yeah.
And 1 flees, which is abandonment. Now I'm abandoned because you fleed me.
Right.
So you're causing more impairment.
But I'll be back.
But it doesn't matter. You're causing more impairment.
Right.
Who abandoned you when you were young?
Everyone.
Okay, are they back? Have they came back?
Yeah.
Oh, but you still reap the repercussions of their abandonment, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't make it okay. You're still having to deal with that now, even though they returned and they came back.
Yeah.
It doesn't make them coming back atone for what the impact or the impairment they caused or you engulfed in because of that experience. Allows you to
I'm
stay
comfortable with my abandonment.
because you are in your dysfunctional norm that you become comfortable
But
with.
it's worked. It's become a superpower.
But you've learned to survive in it. You're not thriving in that. That's not thriving. You're surviving in that.
I don't know if it's the Libra in me, if it's my abandonment issues as a child. I'm quick to be like, we agree to disagree, so I'm out. I'll run. I'll detach. I'll act like, I'll shut down. I internalize to stay away from conflict. Stay away from conflict. Stay away from conflict with any woman in my life.
So the staying away from conflict is the first thing you can easily hear. Cam isn't afraid of conflict. He's afraid of marriage.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So you can easily see the biggest difference between the two. One is dysfunctional on the surface, but Nick Cannon is is dysfunctional through and through. It's like cooking a steak.
He looks to have
you got to stick a thermometer to make sure the inside is cooked too. He's cooked through and through. But go ahead.
He looks like he has, in my opinion, just looking at, because I do a lot of attachment style work, it looks like he has the anxious avoidant attachment style. That's what is coming up for me. And also, especially because he said that he has been abandoned a lot. And oftentimes people who have experienced abandonment when they're growing up or in childhood, they have an anxious avoidant attachment style and they run away from any type of accountability or vulnerability. So that's
Okay.
what it appears. Yeah.
I'm a little confused. Anxious and avoidant, there are two different attachment styles. Why are you saying anxious avoidant?
Because
two different.
there is an anxious avoidant attachment style that people can have. So basically what's happening is they get really bad anxiety when they're faced with any type of, they have to be vulnerable, they have to expose themselves. And so then they'll avoid conversations. It's causing them anxiety.
Well,
It's
let's
causing them anxiety.
do this. Let's do this. Because this is, in my opinion, this is very important. Attachment styles is 4 of them, and we can't just give it to an audience as is one thing. Anxious
it's 4.
attachment and avoidant attachment are 2 different things. So let me play this, and I don't know why the hell my beard was like this, so just ignore how stupid I look.
My name is Aaron Mallory, aka Mr. Let Go, and today we're about to talk about part 2 of our series about
I wanted to grow my beard out, and I was just like, I'm just gonna let it grow out, and it's just gonna do what it does, because I want to see what it can actually turn into, and I look like an idiot.
4 attachment styles. This one right here is gonna have you thinking, oh my God. Now, this is not saying that an anxious attachment style can't be men, because there's a lot of men out there who have an anxious attachment style. But overall, it's usually women, and the avoidant attachment style is usually men, even though there's a lot of avoidant attachment style women out there. But I'm just talking about what's prevalent. So in this particular story, this narration, I want to look at the anxious attachment style as a woman and the avoidant attachment style, and make sure to watch.
This is I look like Kev on stage.
That video if you didn't see that one as a man. Now, these 2 dynamics or 2 attachment styles are almost addicted to one another, because they actually give the other person a better understanding of who they are, and it validates their existence in a way. See, let's say the woman is the anxious and the man is the avoidant, right? Just a typical argument. Like, the avoidant man is just like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. I'm leaving, right? And the anxious attachment style, she turns around and says, go, I don't care. You kiss my ass, get out of here, whatever. And then he leaves, right? Now, if the avoidant attachment style was actually secure, it's a good possibility that he would say, I'm done with this. I'm better than this. I'm out for good.
And just as an example, this is how I can easily tell that I am a secure attachment style, because I don't do the back and forth with nobody. It's either over or we're going to stay and figure this out. So the secure attachment style leaves for good. They don't go back and forth, just for the record.
But he's not. He's an avoidant. An avoidant attachment style just
Comes
simply
back.
avoids. I'm quite sure we've all had that dysfunctional back.
See, the avoidant attachment style avoids. He doesn't leave. He avoids. Is a difference between avoiding and leaving.
Back and forth relationship where you will break up 3-4 times and make up 3-4 times, and you know, the avoidant attachment style would leave and say, I don't want to be with you anymore, and you're sitting there like, you're right. Yeah, he or she'll be back. I ain't worrying about that. And then next thing you know, they'll come back and apologize, and you'll make up, and this will happen over and over again. This is the validating of the other person's existence. It gives you a certain amount of control of your narrative, because you know what the other person is about to do next. And that is what I mean by the validation of the other person's existence. Isn't this crazy? So right now you're thinking like, this is me. He's talking about me. But why do I keep doing this crap? And how do I stop? Well, the reason why you keep doing this, whether you're the man or the woman,
because you
most
need it,
likely is because you have abandonment issues. Abandonment issues coming from your childhood. Virtually everything I talk about on these videos is always going to stem back to your childhood.
So I made this video in 2018, I think. So if we go back to this video here, what did he say?
We agree to this. Everyone.
Okay, are they back? Have they came back?
Yeah.
Oh, but you
Everyone.
okay?
Cam Newton, just like everybody else. Oh snap, she's about to. She is different now. He done everyone.
Okay, are they back? Have they came back?
The Lulu.
I want to go back to this little argument. If you got two abandoned people
Yes.
in this situation,
Yeah.
and one flees, which is abandonment, now I'm abandoned because you fleed me.
Right.
So you're causing more impairment.
But
Hold
I'll
on,
be back.
but it doesn't matter. You're causing more impairment.
Right.
Who abandoned you when you were young?
Everyone.
Okay, are they back? Have they came back?
Yeah.
Oh, but you still reap the repercussions of their abandonment, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't make it okay. You're still having to deal with that now, even though they returned and they came back.
Yeah.
It doesn't make them coming back atone for what the impact or the impairment they caused or you engulfed in because of that experience.
What do you think about that?
I mean, I hear that and I see that. However, there is also something called an anxious avoidant attachment style. There is something called that. But if you look it up, there is something called an anxious avoidant. Have you looked it up? Do you want me to put it in the chat? Because it's true.
It is not. The anxious, okay. The anxious
we
avoids
studied this in
for a
psychology
different
in class.
reason. Hold on. The anxious attachment style avoids for a totally different reason than the avoidant attachment style avoids. They do avoid.
But have you ever looked up anxious avoidant attachment style? Because it's a thing.
It's not a thing.
Okay.
If
I'll let you.
somebody
I'll let
wanted
you.
to
It's
put
your
two-
show. I'll let you stick with it. But factually, it's a thing. It's
okay.
a thing.
It's not. Okay. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich exists, and it's peanut butter and jelly in one sandwich. So if you want to put two problems in one problem and explain it as one problem, that is somebody's dysfunctional way of explaining a problem that somebody can have. So no, you can have cancer and AIDS, but I need to deal with.
But if you've never looked up,
hold on.
Okay,
I got to deal with the cancer over here, and I got to deal with the AIDS over here, right?
Yeah.
So somebody can have two problems. I can get my leg cut off and have cancer. I got to deal with two things so compartmentalizing two problems and making it one would make a person and it puts a person in a position where they will have trouble actually fixing the problem because they're meshed together like a hamburger. So you can do that, but that is a very dysfunctional way of explaining an affliction and putting somebody in a position where they can fix the affliction. If I'm anxious and avoidant, I don't even know where to damn start. Because
but it's also
the
called
anxious
avoiding
avoids
attachment.
and the avoidant avoids for two totally opposite reasons. But go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's also called avoidant attachment. It is. However, there is something called anxious avoidant. And I'm just saying that just look it up and see that there is an avoidant.
It's fearful avoidant, not anxious avoidant. Because anxious is an attachment style in itself. You can't say somebody.
If you see that anxious avoidant is also called. So anxious avoidant is also called fearful avoidant. However, because I even
anxious
took the
attachment style, like
anxious avoidant is also called fearful avoidant. So they have different names for it.
By definition, is an attachment style. Avoidant attachment style, by definition, is an attachment style. If you would like to put two different things and make it one thing, that is your business. But that is.
But I'm not doing it though. I didn't do it. I didn't create it. It's just something
whoever
that's already
created it is a dysfunctional person. You can't
but
sandwich
they're
two problems together.
licensed psychologists though.
That licensed psychologist is an idiot.
Okay.
There's plenty of psychologists that don't know what the hell they're doing.
That's true, but
just because
to me,
somebody's a psychologist don't mean they know what they're doing.
But that just means they have studied and they have had clinical knowledge.
Sandwiched, somebody already studied it and put two afflictions together. They didn't have to study it. It was studied already. And they put two afflictions and sandwiched the shit together. Now a person don't even know how to deal with the damn affliction. Let somebody say,
well, let's just leave it there.
Let somebody say you got cancer AIDS. You like, I got cancer AIDS? Like,
It's different. It's totally different, but
so let's go back to what I'm saying. Not saying your stuff is wrong or whatever, but it doesn't make a lot of sense because with me, I'm always looking at my the person watching, right?
Right,
So
of course.
saying somebody is anxious, avoidant is the most confusing thing in the world. So, in your opinion, we're gonna look a little deeper into the video with Nick Cannon. What I want you all watching to see is he anxious or is he avoidant? And keep in mind, because I'm agreeing with you on this, the anxious avoids for one reason and the avoidant avoids for one reason. So you're half right.
That's why some people can be both.
I just don't, but you can't be both. You got to know which one you are in order to relieve yourself of it. Does that make sense?
Well, let's just
in
watch
order
the video.
to wash a car, you have to know that it's dirty.
We'll watch the video.
Okay, yeah. You can't relieve yourself of something if you don't know what it is. You can have to piss and have to shit at the same time. And you can piss and shit at the same time. So I understand, but pissing and shitting is not an affliction. So keep that in mind.
You to
I'm
stay
comfortable with my abandonment.
because you are in your dysfunctional norm that you become comfortable
But
with.
it's worked. It's become a superpower.
But you've learned to survive in it. You're not thriving in that. That's not thriving. You're surviving in that.
I don't know if it's the Libra in me, if it's my abandonment issues as a child. I'm quick to be like, we agree to disagree, so I'm out.
Remember, everybody watching, I want you to say or vote whether you think he is anxious attachment or does he have an avoidant attachment.
I'll run, I'll detach, I'll act like, I'll shut down, I'll internalize to stay away from conflict, stay away from conflict, stay away from conflict.
So the staying away from conflict is a key part to this. We're going to keep going, but what are your thoughts to that? And then we're going to keep moving forward. Just overall, not whether he is one or the other, because we need more information. But what do you think so far? Just him.
And I'll just also say that they also can call this just simply dismissive attachment.
Now that's something.
Yeah.
Dismissive is avoidant.
When you look up the definition of anxious avoidant, they also call this dismissive, but they say specifically there are people that can have both of these similarities or have these both attachment styles, and they combine them too and call them dismissive. So it's like all these different.
Let me give you an example of. So let me give you an example of my teachings. I'm not a psychologist, but I did read the actual inventor of the attachment styles, John Bowlby. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, I'm not a whateverist. I'm not a psychologist or nothing, right? But I went to the person that actually invented attachment styles, and I studied him left and right. His name is John Bowlby. Okay. So with that being said, the way you can tell what the person's attachment style is, and they can't be all of them. All right. So here we go. Secure attachment means positive self, positive other. Okay. Anxious attachment style is negative self, positive other. Avoidant attachment style is positive self, negative other. And disorganized attachment style is negative self, negative other. So let me explain exactly. A person with the last one I just said, negative self, negative other, that usually means I don't believe in myself and I don't believe in other people. So I'm willing to fight. I'm ready to fight. You say something about me, I'll go to jail. I don't give a damn about myself and I don't give a damn. That's the crash out person. The person that crashes out is the disorganized attachment style, because they don't care about nobody else. They'll stab somebody in broad daylight and they don't care about going to jail because they don't like themselves. And because sometimes people go to jail to punish themselves because they don't believe they are worthy of anybody being outside. There's a lot of people who would rather be in jail or prison than being out in the world, because it's actually easier to live in prison because you get fed every day. And there's actually a brotherhood that is more loving inside versus outside. And this might sound weird. Not having women around actually is a great thing to certain people. So imagine a world where there's no women, right? Take sex out of it, right? Take sex, titties, booty, all the things about a woman physically, take that out of it. There's nobody annoying you. There's nobody arguing with you. There's nobody like, you know, all the goofy shit that women do and say. Imagine a world where you never run across that ever. So men who've been in prison, now I ain't talking about sexual, they've been in prison, they're not used to the goofiness that women exhibit. So they're used to logic. And then depending on who you are, nobody fucks with you in prison, and you got a name and you're cool and you got camaraderie and it's okay. So they'll get out in the world, they got to get a job, they deal with these goop ass women, they having sex, but at the same time, they're so used to, you know, taking care of themselves, they don't even care about sex like that. So next thing you know, they're dealing with all this crazy shit. They rather go back to prison, right? So that is a disorganized attachment style. Their brain has been wired to hurt themselves and hurt other people. All right. So the key points in this is the anxious attachment. The negative self, positive other means I do not think I'm worthy of love. All right. And the positive other is everybody else is worthy of love except for me, because I've been abused. My mom told me I ain't shit, or everybody has told me or made me feel like I ain't never going to be nothing in life, you know, so I'm not going to be nothing in life, right? So every time I'm in a relationship, so say me and you in a relationship and I have a negative self, positive other, I'm going to always think you're going to find somebody else because you're so pretty, you're so awesome, you're so amazing. Why the hell you be with me? You know what I'm saying? But if I was an avoidant, which is the opposite, I'm positive self, negative other, that means your dumb ass, your whole ass, your whatever ass, you need to be happy I'm with you. And in order for me to punish you, now I'm giving signs of what Nick Cannon may be, because this is one of the differences. I avoid you because you don't deserve me, because you're not giving me what I want. And that's what a lot of parents do to their children. When a kid isn't, hi, I'm the perfect child, the parent will pull away from the child or either give their attention to their sibling instead of you, because you're not doing anything right. And that is the avoidant attachment style. So if I was with you and I was avoidant and you ain't doing what I want you to do, this is live, Jimmy. If you're not doing what I want you to do, I will avoid you, pull away from you, or start shit with you on purpose in order to punish you. So the avoidant attachment style avoids out of punishment. The anxious attachment style avoids out of fear. So let's go back to Nick Cannon right here. Why does he avoid?
They returned and they came back. It doesn't make them coming back atone for what the impact or the impairment they caused or you engulfed in because of that experience. Allows you to stay
comfortable with my abandonment.
And another way you could tell whether a person is anxious of attachment style or avoidant attachment style, if you look at their body language and their hand movement. The avoidant attachment style person usually moves slower than an anxious attachment style. Anxious attachment style is always flapping their hands and touching themselves or whatever. An avoidant attachment style is nonchalant and doesn't necessarily care, because in their minds, remember, they're positive self, negative other. So they think they're smarter than everybody. So their movement is going to be slower than an anxious attachment style person.
Because you are in your dysfunctional
So look at his body language.
norm that you become comfortable
But
with.
it's work. It's become a superpower.
But you've learned to survive in it. You're not thriving in that. That's not thriving. You're surviving in that.
I don't know if it's the Libra in me, if it's my abandonment issues as a child. I'm quick to be like, we agree to disagree, so I'm out. I'll run, I'll detach, I'll act like, I'll shut down, I'll internalize. To
see, avoidant people, they don't run because they just, like I said, running is fear. They pull away. They don't run, they pull away.
stay away from conflict. Stay away from conflict. Stay away from conflict.
See, right there shows you he's an anxious attachment because he fears conflict. The avoidant starts conflict in order to piss you off, in order to incite pain.
With any woman in my life, I'll just be like, we agree to disagree.
Yeah.
You can have that.
But who taught you that you sabotage to avoid conflict? Because that's not true. But who taught you that? Where did you learn that from?
I mean, years of therapy.
Okay.
But more like, because I wouldn't say sabotage, but I just know that I tend to run or to avoid.
But fleeing is sabotaging.
Is it always?
Fleeing is sabotaging.
Or fleeing could be punishment.
Is that safety?
Mm-mm.
Because if I engage, and especially if one or two parties become hostile in the engagement, I'd much rather be like, you know what? I'm gonna wait till we calm down.
But what is hostility? Unresolved pain.
Right.
So if you're fleeing from unresolved pain, then what is the resolve?
So stop right there. Let's go. Let's talk about this pain part real quick.
Leave you, but don't leave you for real. So let's go deeper. The anxious attachment style has a negative self, positive other complex. A negative self, positive other complex. What this actually means is their negative self does not feel worthy of love. They don't feel worthy of attention because they have abandonment issues. If my whole parent looked at me and said, I don't want to be around you, because in their mind, they feel like it's their fault that that particular person that they love when they were little left. Because to a child, they think the whole world revolves around them. I remember when I was little, I actually thought that when I didn't go to school, nobody went to school. When I wasn't outside, nobody was outside, because that's how children think. So as a child, you may feel like your parent left you and it was something that you actually did. So now that you're an adult, you still have.
And there's a feeling of they didn't leave me because they found somebody else. They didn't leave me because they was busy. They left me because I'm a terrible person.
This remnants from when you were a child, and you feel like at any minute, somebody that you really, really love is about to leave you. So what you do to deal with this, you purposely choose other people that are in some type of way dysfunctional. So how do you do this? Well, your energy, your demeanor, the way you act, the way you talk, the way you think, is kind of like in some type of way relating to another energy. And that other energy, who's also dysfunctional, is attracted to you. Amazing person, not because of the job they have or their ability to make you. Person may not ever leave you.
I'm going to the pain part.
See, the bottom line is this. When you have this dysfunctional mindset because of whatever trauma happened to you when you were little, you haven't let go of, you have this weird need for
pain,
or this weird need to administer or cause pain, because in your upbringing, it was so much pain. Because at the end of the day, all you want to do is be loved, but you don't know what love looks like without pain being connected to it.
Right.
So even though the anxious attachment style
looks at the other person because they have a positive other thought process, but they actually would find a way to cause pain to that other person. How? By actually punishing the other person. Let me give you something to think about. Imagine a baby crying, and the baby's crying because it's hungry, and mom is very inconsistent, right? Now, this is important right here, and we'll get back to the other video. So the baby is like crying to the top of his lungs. Here comes mom. She picks up the baby, trying to comfort her, but the baby is still crying crazy, right? So mom gives the baby her bottle, and all of a sudden, the baby knocks the bottle out of mom's hands. Now, why is the baby doing this? The baby's hungry. This is punishment. The anxious attachment style baby is letting mom know how mad and disgusted the baby is at her mom for being inconsistent. All right. What are your thoughts?
I hear all that, and I respect all of that, what you said, right? So there are the 4 foundational of attachment styles, but attachment styles have been expanded. And just like the DSM-5, which is a diagnosis book clinicians use to diagnose anyone with a mental health disorder, that book changes constantly, which is why attachment styles change constantly. They have a foundation of 4 attachment styles, and then other clinicians have expanded on it because people can have what's called dual diagnosis, which is when you have 2 different mentally clinical diagnoses at the same time. And so that's the reason why they've expanded the attachment styles, because they have seen signs of people that are exhibiting 2 different attachment styles, which is why they have all these expansions on attachment styles. So they do come from a foundation, which is what you spoke of, and they also have expanded on it. So
Let me say this, and that is the problem. See, when you look at the psychiatric world, doctors, their number 1 jobs are to confuse the patients in order to administer medication.
Well, that's a bias because therapists don't administer medications. Only psychiatrists do that.
Psychiatrists.
So we don't administer medication. So our job is not to confuse anybody. Our job is to help people to understand and process their trauma and pain so that they can live healthier lifestyles. That is our job.
And I have 2 things is confusing. So,
but it's not confusing if you're in a session with a client and you explain what it is. It's not confusing if you break it down and give them psychoeducation about it.
But if you tell me I have anxious and avoidant attachment, now I'm confused. So I
would break it down.
Yeah,
I would explain it.
That breaking it down to a person that isn't in that world is only going to be more confusing. It's like,
but
it's
not
like
when I do it.
It's like eating a hamburger.
I've done it though in session. I've broken it down in session.
I know. Let's talk about the Nick Cannon stuff. I understand what you're saying, but from a foundational standpoint, I don't.
There's a foundation.
Yeah, it's that's too vagueness. So I'm not saying for you to think like me, but
yeah,
John Bowlby created attachment style, and all these motherfuckers pulled it apart, made it their own shit, and
so
they can do that, but I don't respect that, huh?
Okay, what was his credentials?
He's a doctor.
Exactly, that's my point. But you just said that doctors are there to confuse, so basically you're following.
No. I mean, since like the 80s.
Yeah, and things expanded. So he was a doctor. So he wrote on that foundation, just like every modality, every single psychology modality.
Yeah,
there's always going to be a foundation.
See, the 80s and 90s, that is usually when literally everything, whether it's the food that we eat, the doctors, literally everybody is against us because there's more money into keeping people sick. I actually turned down down a job of delivering medicine to doctors. You know that job, where you deliver medicine to doctors.
I do.
Yeah, and I went down a rabbit hole, and it was a terrible job because my job would have been to sell this medicine to the doctor versus this one. And one of my selling points was what?
What was it?
It's easier for the patient to be addicted to it.
Yeah, so but that's medical doctors. Those aren't mental health conditions.
I'm just
as
making
far
a
as
point. I'm just
therapists,
making
we
a
don't
point.
do that.
I'm just making a
Yeah.
point that medicine overall has turned into the actual disease. And
I
I'm
agree
not
with you. It's all about
getting on
making money and getting people on medication.
Yeah, so all I'm saying
I
is
agree.
when they pull shit apart, it's not for the betterment, it's for confusion, is all I'm saying. And it's just my belief. I may be wrong.
Okay, and I respect that. I respect it. I respect
But what do
it.
you think about what Nick Cannon was just saying? And
I think Nick Cannon, I think it's really sad, number one, that Nick Cannon stated that he's been abandoned, growing up. And so he is essentially creating that pattern of abandonment now for his kids.
Yeah.
Because unlike Cam Newton, all his kids, like you said, all his kids don't live in the
him.
house. So, okay, you grew up being abandoned and you know how hurtful that is. You just said it was hurtful. Now you're abandoning your own kids. So now this is generational trauma that you're creating. So now you're hurting your kids and you were hurt. So that's what really hurts me. And Nick Cannon said he's been in therapy, right? He said he's been in therapy. I don't know what kind, because there's all different types of therapy, but the fact that he's not taking accountability by saying I've been abandoned and hurt, and he's not saying this part, I don't want to abandon and hurt my kids. I didn't hear that, right? So where is the accountability? That's the issue. And that's the issue. Like, you were hurt and abandoned. Why are you doing the same thing to your kids? And that's what I would ask him. Why? Why are you doing that?
He's abandoning the women. He's abandoning the children. So, like I said, abandoning is over and over and over again, right? So, it's brain wiring. Like there's something called your brain is plastic, and your brain can rewire itself. And his brain is wired to abandon other people.
It is.
And it's out as his fear of abandonment, because it's like
fear.
If you're walking around thinking, because your kids can abandon you. Like me and my oldest daughter got into it, and there was a fear. I mean, not a fear, of a feeling of you trying to abandon me, and I'm the father. So because I divorced her mom, so she felt like I abandoned her. So I get around her, she acting funny and don't want to talk to me. So she's trying to abandon me back because I abandoned her in her mind. So your own kids can try to abandon you. So he grew up being abandoned, and now he abandons other people because he feels like, okay, another thing that I didn't say in that video, but it's like this. Nick Cannon most likely is dead inside.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely.
And people who are dead inside, they need to inflict pain or deep emotion in other people to get the other person to reach out to them. What are you doing? I want you. I need you. Oh, you want me. Oh, you need me. Ooh. And it makes them feel like, so I'm alive. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people look to inflict deep emotion or pain in other people or in themselves, or cause themselves pain. Usually men inflict pain and women cause themselves pain, and it makes them feel alive.
Yeah, that's why they say hurt people, that saying. That's why they say that.
Yes. 1000%. 1000%. So let's go. Where's the other video? This is getting good.
The benefit of fleeing from unresolved pain, it just causes more unresolved pain.
Well, I'm saying pain causes pain, and hurt people hurt people.
Yes.
And so in that sense, in our heightened interaction, if we hear...
See, in our heightened interaction, see, punishes in order to get heightened interaction. See, if everybody's happy, there's no heightened interaction, right? He feels dead in that way. So he has to start some shit with the women or whoever. Who the fuck is it? Who now he feels alive. Like, yes. You know what I'm saying?
With it, I'm gonna check out. Because you're saying things that are hurtful.
Gotcha.
Therefore, I'm gonna want to say things that are hurtful. So
let me ask you this.
And another thing right here, why are women saying things that are hurtful? I want you to think about that for a second. If me and you are dating, you have one time to say something hurtful to me. Like I said, in an anxious or avoidant attachment, they don't leave, they pull away, right? So if you say some crazy shit, I'm never coming back because I'm a secure attachment style. Because I don't need this environment if it's dysfunctional.
Right.
But those other types of people, they need the environment, so they're gonna come right back. So they're gonna leave, come back, leave, come back, leave, come back. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, he needs for them to be there to be a problem. So he'll leave to start a problem and then come back and hope the problem is gone, or either he will leave because they're a problem and come back and start another problem to leave again, because he has to leave over and over again. That's what an abandoner does.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, all the years of therapy that he said he's had, I'm wondering what type of therapy he's had, because there's talk therapy where you just sit there and talk away and say how you're feeling. And then there are certain specific modalities that dig deeper in the underlying core of the problem, you know? And so I'm wondering what the heck did Nick Cannon have, because he definitely does not have a secure attachment style. So what have you been doing in all those years of therapy? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, just because you go to therapy does not make, okay, you already know it's different forms of therapy. There's a cognitive therapist, and you know, there's other therapists, right? So and some therapists just suck because there are ordinary people
There's
who
a lot that suck.
You know, and a lot of therapists, they ain't got no man or no woman. So they aren't necessarily the most intact humans, because a lot of people that go to therapy, it's because they're like Nick Cannon and they want to help people that have been through what they have been through. So a lot of therapists, they aren't necessarily good people. So they just have a job. Just like somebody with McDonald's, you know?
Yeah, and the thing is that let's do this, right? I looked at the comments when the Cam Newton video, I looked at all the comments. When Cam Newton, in my opinion, tried to shade Dr. Bryant and be like, oh, well, you're single, how can you be a relationship coach, right? The same thing as what you said, like, okay, you don't have a man, how can you do X, Y, and Z? But the thing is that she obviously is really good at her job. She knows what she's doing. I don't know her, never met her, but from what people are saying, it appears that she's very credible and she does a good job with what she does, right? So the thing is that there are, like what you said, I am going to validate that you did say what you said was correct about there's a lot of bad therapists, right? And there's a lot of people that go into therapy to help people. So this is the thing. There are good therapists out there that are not good. What I want to say, they don't have a solid foundation within themselves.
Right.
But when they do the work with people, they're good at what they do. And then there's therapists out there that are horrible therapists, but who they are as a person, they're a beautiful person. So it can be possible. Like me personally, I'm not in a relationship. However, I help people get married. Like my recent couple just got engaged after trying several different marriage therapists and it didn't work. And now they're engaged, and they said they credit me and say, because I worked with them, now they feel secure within their relationship and they're able to have better communication. And now they got engaged, right?
Yes.
But I'm not engaged.
Right.
So this is the key thing that a lot of people I feel make assumptions with. People who are relationship therapists, any good relationship therapist or therapist, period, should never, ever give advice. we should never be working from a personal lens or perspective. We should only be coming from a clinical lens and perspective using evidence-based tools, and that's it. So that's the reason why there are some people that are really screwed up as people, but they're really good therapists, because they're not coming from a personal place or perspective. They're utilizing evidence-based tools that they're just good at using, and so they use them in therapy.
And there's an issue with that. And that's the reason why, even if I had a choice, I would not become a therapist, because y'all are confined by that. Because I agree with you on that. This can not does, but can put a buffer between you and the client, due to the fact that there's not any love or empathy to that, because everything is technical, right? So as a coach,
but it's not
right.
The thing is, everybody has their own. Yeah, it's not supposed to be, because if you have what's called the therapeutic alliance, if you build a therapeutic alliance, that means that you know how to work with your client and what basically how to speak their language, if you say it like that. Like if you work in addiction, you can't come up them with all these big terms and language. They will disconnect and they'll walk away. Especially people with addiction, they will walk away, because it has happened to me. They said, "Oh, you have all these degrees. How can you relate with us?" So I had to take away all the language. But this is what I did. I took away all the language, though. And I built a therapeutic alliance on the level that they were on. And then we got somewhere, and then we had breakthroughs. And after the therapeutic alliance was built, then I can do psychoeducation. So there is, like Meek Mill, there's levels to this shit. Like you have to, you can't just go right in and use all these therapeutic language. You're going to turn people off. Like you said, you will. It'll be a buffer. However, I'm going to also say what you said is important too. That's the reason why I'm not just a therapist. That's why I'm also a coach, because coaches have freedom. Coaches are, it's an unregulated industry, and I can do what I want with all these stupid laws. So there's good and bad to being a therapist. However, that's why I say, why not have the best of both worlds?
I agree. Totally agree. Because a therapist, they're there to see. I'm not like, I like what you said about advice. I don't give advice. I ask questions.
Good.
I ask questions. So I'm going, just like in this situation with these guys, I would have went down the rabbit hole of, I would have asked them why 5 times. Like, why do you have that shirt on? Why do you have that shirt on?
Are you asking me? I have this shirt on because it's my favorite color, purple, and I thought it would look nice when I sat down and met with you today.
Why did you want to wear your favorite color sitting down with me?
Because purple gives me confidence and it's empowering for me, and I want to have confidence when I'm sitting down and talking with you.
Why do you need confidence in this situation?
In this situation, because sometimes I get nervous anytime I'm on camera, especially when I'm live, because I think that I'm going to mix up my words and not come off as clearly as I want to.
So I don't even have to go any farther. Everybody understands what I just did. I asked you about your shirt and your emotions came out. And that's what the 5 whys actually does for me. So I don't run around telling people what they're supposed to do. I ask them why they're doing it just like that, because the second you said the color purple, I was like, why this? And then it turned into, it makes me feel good, it makes me feel comfortable. And then I was like, why? Because I'm nervous online. And I could have easily been like, why are you nervous online? And then it would have gotten, and at some point it would have got to your mother and your father. Actually, the 5th why it got to your childhood, but we don't need to go that far. But I just wanted to show people what the 5 whys actually do in real time. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't give.
And I feel I also have. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to add one more thing. I also feel that I have, well, gosh, now I forgot what it's called. What is it called when you know you have qualifications for something, but you think that you're not good enough for it? Man, I forgot that word.
it's the dumb smart thing. It's the
Damn
I know.
it.
If it's when
It's for
you think,
people, when you have these degrees and everything, but you're like, oh, I'm not good enough for this. Like the
yeah.
insecurity part comes out, but dang, I forgot what it's called. But anyway, sometimes I can have that because first of all, I'm not perfect, right? Nobody is. And so everyone has some forms of insecurity at some points, but at the foundation and core, like I am confident. However, because I know that anything could happen in your life, it's like, whoa, how am I going to make sure that I can follow through with what I say and I can speak clearly? So being nervous, even when I go on set as an actor, anytime I go on set, I'm nervous, and I've done it a million times, but I still get nervous.
Yeah. And it's natural to be nervous. Yeah, it's okay to be nervous, it's because everything is a part of your body, so being nervous, being anxious, all this is a part of your body. So, it's okay. Yeah. So it's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing.
What tool could you use that could dissipate the hostility and bring y'all to a safe space? Because let me say,
I like what she said. What tool can you use? What tool can he use, in your opinion, to help dissipate his need to run?
Well, for me, in my opinion, if I met Nick Cannon, it would be the foundation, the underlying core of the trauma. That I always go to that.
What's the
That's
tool?
always my go-to. The tool I would go to as a therapist is EMDR.
What's that? EMDR. What's that?
Emotional. Oh gosh, why does it just slip my mind? That's what I said when the nervousness happens. Desensitized, right? Oh gosh, and it slipped my mind.
It's okay.
But I'll have it.
It's okay. So my tools is I have something called the 12 principles, 17 principles of letting go. So those are tools that I give to my people. And then another tool is my Deeper Discussions card game. So he's talking about relationships, right? So what he could do is to play my Deeper Discussions card game. And for everybody, the link that is pinned in the chat, the link that is pinned at the top of the chat, this card game, and you can buy my mother-daughter card game under the same link. But this is a tool. So you play it with a woman and you get an understanding of their level of intimacy, how they grew up, and their love languages, all these different things. And then that will actually make him more comfortable with her and be able to communicate with her easier, because a lot of men have trouble communicating with women because they don't understand women and women don't understand men. And it's important for one of the people to understand the other people, because if two people don't understand each other, like I literally was talking about love language, and it's just really so simple. People don't really understand that. Me and Ace was on a podcast episode, and I was like, he said, well, I want a woman that can reciprocate. I know I got money, but I want you to buy me something every now and then, because it's not right for me to buy you nothing. He was like, what do you think, Mr. Let Go? And I was like, I don't want you to buy me shit. If you buy it for me, I'm not going to wear it, use it. Please never buy me anything in life. Right. And he was like, why is that? I said, that's not my love language. And he was like, does that have to be your love language? Yeah, because you buy me something and you don't realize that I don't like being bought nothing. I'm going to be mad because you just bought me something. Now I got to deal with what I got to. Now you're going to want me to wear it.
Yeah.
Now, unless I said, I like that, and you go buy that for me, never buy me something that I did not ask for, because 99% chance I'm not going to like it. I don't like nothing. It's just who I don't like nothing. the music, rapper, whatever, singer, I don't like it. Their album is trash. You know, like I don't like nothing. And I like particular things, but majority of whoever comes out with an album, I'm not gonna like the album. I just don't like most things. I don't like most food. I only eat the same food every day. Don't fix me something I ain't asked for. So when he was like, damn, that's crazy how different we are, I was like, yeah, we have different love languages. But I am an acts of service person. So
Acts of service.
I want you to fix me the food that I like. I want you to go buy the thing that I want, because it's not the gift, it's the service of hearing what I said and then you going to do it. Because a gift is like, hey, I bought you a necklace. I don't like that. But if I say, damn, I want that necklace, and you go buy it, that's an act of service.
Acts of service. Like, and then,
wow. And he got an understanding of how different we were, but the fact that he didn't really see it. Most people don't even see something as simple as love languages and how they work.
They don't. And sorry. So I actually am adding the EMDR. It's eye movement desensitization reprocessing. It's a tool for trauma. So I'm getting actually trained in EMDR. So I'm not fully trained yet. So I'm still learning the process. So I'm not as strong in that area yet.
NLP?
I'm finishing. I'm sorry?
Is that the same as NLP? Neuralistic linguistic?
I don't know that one.
Linguistic programming?
No, they're different, but I don't know that one.
It's about eye movement.
Yeah, this one is eye movement, and you can also use tapping.
Let me show you. So you're looking at it as a tool. I'm looking at it as an identification. Oh, okay. That's different. I look at it as a identification.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and anytime someone tells me they have trauma, the first thing I think to myself is what modality is specifically designed to assist with trauma. If somebody has abandonment and that abandonment is based on trauma from their past, then that's what I think of. What can I use to help with trauma? And that's the reason why I'm adding EMDR to my personal toolkit, because I've had it done as a client myself, and I realized how really powerful it is. And that's why I wanted to learn how to do it. So I'm still in the process of learning that.
Let me show you an example of what the eye movement actually looks like.
Goals, like, what do y'all want to be? Do you guys want to be?
All right, so look at the middle girl's eye movement.
Somebody's wife. What do you want to be?
Well, sometimes I don't really know if I necessarily want to get married.
You want to have kids?
I do want to have kids, but I'm not sure.
Now, watch your eyes.
If I want to get married.
You want to have kids, but you don't know if you want to get married. So that means that you already you're planning to already bring this child into and have a deficit in their life, right?
All right, here we go.
I mean, I feel like if I...
You see that?
Yeah.
See how she's glazing and she's scratching herself? That's the body language, that's the eye movement. That means she's nervous. So if you back up,
I see what you're saying.
She was looking at her with no problem.
I feel.
But the second she starts, I feel like
we bring this child into it.
So she's having a normal conversation now. When you get nervous, you start your eyes, you start looking at other shit
and have a deficit in their life, right?
I mean, I feel like if I find the right person, we could get married. Sometimes I don't really have a lot of faith.
But do you have to find the right person to have the baby?
And then she stops.
And then she stops. Yeah.
Yeah. So
she's scratching a wig.
So that's the eye movement. So it's the body language. So when a person looks up, they're accessing their imagination.
Yeah. And
when
their thought processing.
Looks left and right, they're accessing their memory. So eye movement means something. So when you go like this, it's usually up. And like I just, whenever a woman says, I just feel like, 99% of the times when she says, I feel like, she's going to look up. Because I'll
have to look that up because I don't know that.
I feel like doesn't even make sense if you just think about it. Nobody asks you how you feel. Like, what is happening? It's like if I ask you what time it is, and you're like, well, I just feel like That don't make no sense. So your I feel like is in congruency with let me access my imagination to give you some stupid shit so you can stop asking me something that makes me nervous. Does that make sense?
Right.
See,
Yeah, it makes sense.
I can't lie about how I feel. So I just say I feel like in order to not have to answer your question, because you can't say I'm lying because you can't tell me how I feel.
You sure can't.
You know, so
Yeah.
you ask me a question that makes me nervous, I'll say, well, I just feel like blah 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 blah. You can't go against that because I just feel like, and that's what women use to pull away from an actual question. So yeah, all of this is this is all so deep.
No, wrong answer.
Look
at
what he
his
doing. But look at his body language though. Watch this.
Yeah.
Y'all to a safe space. Because let me say this. Hold on. No.
Walking out the
Wrong
door.
answer.
I'm leaving.
That is
and
your.
then I will be back.
See, he's trying to break eye contact because and make jokes because he's nervous.
Benefit of fleeing from unresolved pain. It
Same thing the girl did in the video that I just showed you.
just causes more unresolved pain.
Well, I'm saying pain causes pain, and hurt people hurt people.
Yes.
And so in that sense, in our heightened interaction, if we hear with it, I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna, because you're saying things that are hurtful.
Gotcha.
Therefore, I'm gonna want to say things that are hurtful.
So let me ask you this: what tool could you use that could dissipate the hostility and bring y'all to a safe space? Because let me say this. Hold on. No.
Walking out the door.
See, that is his just feel like. She asked him an actual question, and he directly went to his imagination and looked away, and now he's looking away. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing. Like, I just feel like.
Answer.
I'm leaving.
That is
and
your.
then I will be back
But
when we
Nick,
are.
that is your dysfunctional norm.
Absolutely.
And that stemmed from what you said, abandonment. All abandonment does is make you create a little boy who was taught that he didn't matter, who was taught that he was not honorable, he was not respectful, he has very low value, who grows into
He's acknowledging that he's a little boy.
a grown man.
Yeah, he is.
Who projects that exact
why you gotta
value.
talk about me in my face like
See, it's real. It's real. He understands how dysfunctional he is, and the problem is,
he does.
And this is interesting right here though. Cam Newton spent more time justifying his behavior. Nick Cannon is acknowledging his behavior.
He is. Yep.
That's a difference, right?
That's correct. I see that 100%.
He's admitting like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm a little boy and I'm fucked up.
You know, who projects that exact value on every woman he comes in contact with. And so he overcompensates for things outside of him, not things inside of him, which makes him extremely codependent. And we're getting to that with all your baby mamas. We're waiting a little long to get into that.
We can get into it now.
The tool, we're getting there. The tool for dissipating, because I want everyone to.
So what she had to do, she had to touch. She touches. I don't know if you noticed. Every time he starts yelling,
she touches his leg.
She has to touch him in order to bring him back. That's a neurological thing.
Of him, not things inside of him, which makes him extremely codependent. And we're getting to that with all your baby mamas. We're waiting a little long to get into that.
We can get into it now.
The tool,
Boom.
we're getting there. The tool for dissipating, because I want everyone to know this tool. This is just not for you or for me. I mean, because I was the one that used to go hostile. I know I can go hostile and emasculate and say a lot of cutting things. And if a dude didn't pivot, it was going to be some pivoting if he didn't pivot.
Some furniture was going to be moving.
I understand it. But the tool is emotional intelligence.
That's right.
The tool is what is emotional intelligence to you?
Emotional intelligence is knowing how to assess out the situation and understand and feel for someone else and have the empathy for the moment. That's why.
Look at him turning away.
I'm removing myself.
Emotional intelligence is more about you. It's about being able to sit in what you feel.
Yep.
Hold on. Without the codependence.
He said, that's why I'm removing myself, because he's admitting that he does not have the thing. Look, he just explained something eloquently. Then he turns around and said, that's why I remove myself.
of him, not things inside of him, which makes him extremely codependent. And we're getting to that with all your baby mamas. We're waiting a little long to get into that.
We can get into it now.
The tool, we're getting there. The tool for dissipating, because I want everyone to know this tool. This is just not for you or for me. I mean, because I was the one that used to go hostile. I know I can go hostile and emasculate and say a lot of cutting things. And if a dude didn't pivot, it was going to be some pivoting if he didn't pivot.
So furniture was going to be moving.
I understand it. But the tool is emotional intelligence.
That's right.
The tool is what is emotional intelligence to you?
Emotional intelligence is not.
Now look how he eloquently says it, but I don't have it now. I'm gonna tell you what it is, but I don't have it.
How to assess out the situation and understand and feel for someone else and have the empathy for the moment. That's why I'm removing myself.
Emotional intelligence is more about you. It's about being able to sit in what you feel.
Yep.
Hold on. Without the codependency of allowing this person's emotions to
penetrate.
To throttle. Penetrate, that's my word. To move my throttle.
Right.
That's called self-mastery, and that's emotional intelligence. And
so with me, when a woman spazzes out, I don't run because I'm not afraid of her spazzing out, because I'm not afraid of conflict. I am going to understand that you need me in some type of way. What you need me for, don't know. And you might not be able to articulate it. And I'm not going to even ask you. Do you know why I'm not going to ask you if you start spazzing out?
Why?
Because you don't know either. See, when a woman or a man, we're just talking about women in particular, when a woman gets in her feelings, her prefrontal cortex shuts off and her amygdala is then in control. So if I ask you what's wrong, you're not going to know. So if I ask you what's wrong, you're only going to get more upset. So I'm just going to get quiet and let you process. I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to get quiet and allow you to process your feelings and how you feel, and give you a good 45 seconds to a minute for your prefrontal cortex to cut back on. Because when you start, you're expecting me to fight back. You actually want me to fight back. So I'm just gonna sit there and ask you a question or whatever, but it's not even gonna, like, you know, I might not even say what's wrong. I'm gonna be like, what happened? Because what happened is still in the mode of amygdala. Ooh, what happened? Ooh, girl, what happened? You know what? But what's wrong is what's wrong with you. If I say what happened, it's what did they do to you? And now it makes you feel comfortable staying as a victim. I need you to stay as a victim until you're comfortable not being a victim. But if I say what's wrong with you, now I'm the problem because I just judged you. I can't judge you when you're in your victimhood stage. So what he does, he gets scared and be like, I'm just gonna leave. And now you just abandon her, and now you made it even worse, you know, because when people get upset, they expect you to abandon them. So they're gonna like, oh yeah, run. Just that's all you know how to do, you know. But if I stay and I get quiet, now I turn into their blanket that they had when they were little. Because when everything fell apart when they were little, the most consistent thing they had was their blanket or their teddy bear, because it didn't move. So my job is to not move and not talk and be whatever coping mechanism they had when they was a child that didn't talk or didn't move, because they don't need you to talk. People talk way too fucking much. That's why I say women need to know how to shut the fuck up, because I know how to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's all about self-regulation, which is part of us having a secure attachment style. You're not easily triggered.
So me leading by example is being quiet, and you see me being quiet and you be quiet. That's my way of regulating your emotions, is by being quiet. So you can be quiet. If I start talking loud, you talking loud, you're controlling me. As
Yeah.
a salesman, when I was learning how to sell cars a long time ago, it just hit me. Damn, selling cars is the epitome of manhood. When somebody comes on a lot and wanting a car, I ask them a couple questions. Hey, how you doing? Hey, yeah, we're just looking for a car for my son. Oh, okay. Well, come walk with me. And I just walk away. And they automatically just start walking behind me. They don't know where the hell I'm going. I don't know where the hell I'm going. But I am leading them by example. So once I start walking, now I make them feel comfortable because I'm not the big bad wolf. I'm walking away from them. And they're like, and I'm like, follow me. So now they have the option to stay or follow. So they feel in control. So now they are in control, even though I'm walking. And now they like, well, let me start walking. He don't even know what I want. Hey, I'm looking for a Nissan Maxima for my son. Oh, okay. Since I'm already walking, I could just turn here or turn there, wherever the Maxima is. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I need this person walking, because if we're standing here, I'm this big bad salesperson that's about to pounce on you. I need to turn my back to you to let you know that I'm not after you. You're after me.
Right. Right.
And that's how you regulate another person's emotions. Not walk away from them. I don't want to misinterpret that, but you have to turn away or be quiet to let them know that you have to turn away your fangs however you can. Your fangs can be your voice, your attitude, arguing back with them, or your abandonment, because the fangs can be walking away. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. And I mean, it makes sense. When I was dating someone who was highly sensitive and highly reactive, I found that the way to desensitize and regulate him, to calm him down, was all I had to do is just like rub his leg, not in any type of sexual way, but it just calmed him down immediately. And he just changed. And when I realized that happened, and I start even doing it to people in conversation, like how you notice she did that with him, she just touched his leg. It's just that human emotion and that human connection, that physical touch, just calming people down, just to let someone know, like, it's okay, like, I got you, you know. And I noticed how it made a huge difference when somebody was, you know, highly activated with anything you said, highly triggered about something that you said to them, and then just showing them, like, just a simple touch, like, it's okay, without, you know, verbally saying it. It really helped.
Yeah, the less you say, the less you talk, the more you can regulate a person. Talking is actually the worst thing you can do when somebody's upset, because they're looking for. It's like that movie, the silent movie where the monster is looking for a noise. I don't know.
I haven't seen it. No, I don't know.
You didn't see it? Okay. Well, it's two types of movies where monsters attack you if there's a noise. It's kind of like, where's the link for the mother-daughter cards? Hold on one second. Gotcha. The link is in the, hold on. You said where's the link? Okay. So the link is over on top of the video. So Hood Bay IG. Do you see the link I just dropped in the chat? Yeah, it went through on Facebook. Just want to make sure. Hood Bay IG. Did you see the link is in the chat for the mother-daughter card game? Just make sure you see it. I found it. All right, cool. And thank you in advance, Hood Bay. I appreciate you. And remember, it's a pre-order.
When things get hostile, if I implement the emotional intelligence tool and I say, hold on, Nick, baby, I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. Like, seriously.
See, that's actually bad. Don't tell me what we doing, because I'm upset. I don't want you to tell me shit. Now you just pissed me off, because now I can easily interpret that as you trying to mother me, trying to tell me what to do.
I was about to say that.
Right.
Mothering.
Yeah. Who the fuck are you talking to? You know? So no, I disagree. That's what I'm saying. She's good at what she does, but I see issues in what in how she does it.
And keep in mind, she's a psychologist. She's not a marriage and family therapist. So her background, training, academic knowledge is not in working with relationships or couples. And that's another thing as to why there could be a disconnect, because she's just operating on in the lens of just psychology. She's just a psychologist. So there are psychologists that also have a license as an MFT, which is what mine is. So they're trained to learn how to work with couples and families. So that's really out of the scope of, and I can't speak for her. I don't know what other training she has, but it sounds like it could be out of the scope of her general knowledge and practice of what she's trained to do. So she's just talking to him from the lens of
what
just
she learned.
Psychologist. Exactly. Thank you.
Instead of
exactly.
seeing him.
Yeah. Because she doesn't have the training. Like and I'm assuming, I don't know if she has the training. Let me say that. I don't know if she has the training, but it didn't appear that she has also her MFT license.
Okay. Gotcha.
I don't know her credentials. I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of pain between both of us, and I would rather us sit and exchange our pain and facilitate each other than us turn on each other and project more pain onto each other. Are you in a place to do that right now, or do you need some time before we can do that? That's the emotional intelligence.
I don't want to do nothing. I'm upset. Don't give me a choice. Leave me alone. You get what I'm saying? Like, stop giving me.
No, I agree with you.
My prefrontal cortex is up. See, this is the reason why
it's overstimulated
from a neurological standpoint, from a biological standpoint. I would treat an animal the same way I would treat a person, because it's about brains and not about psychology. See, I'm not really into the psychology bullshit, and it's not bullshit, but it's everything neurological, everything psychological. It's biological first. So I just go straight to the actual thing. What is going on in this person's brain? So I don't do all this extra stuff, because like you don't see, psychologists talk. Which one talks and which one listens?
The talk therapy. When somebody, because there's different types of therapy. So if you just talk throughout it, that's called talk therapy. And then I do more ACT, which is focus oriented on staying in the present moment, holding you accountable for things that are like ACT, which is acceptance commitment therapy. It's more so focused on the now, not the past. So there's all different types of ways that people address things. And the eye movement, desensitization, reprocessing, the EMDR, that's more so focused on the therapist is not really talking at all. It's more so about the client and pulling from what they're going through. So it really depends on who you're going to. Like, I don't know Dr. Bryant. I don't know the lens she's coming from, modalities,
and
but
it's a podcast.
It doesn't appear. Yeah, and it's a podcast. So and like you said, everyone's personality is so vastly different, and everyone brings just like a splash of their personality into their profession, regardless of what they do. Like even with you, as a coach, you bring a splash of your personality, and then you also bring things that you learned, right? And that's the same thing we do in therapy. Everybody has a splash of their personality, and they also bring the things that they've studied in, you know, which makes everyone, different people can work with different types of personalities. So maybe with Nick Cannon, maybe he works better with someone who uses like acceptance commitment therapy, holds them accountable, or stays present. You know, you have to find who works with you.
The thing about it is, you have to find out. One thing I love with Ayanla, she would always she would always say, "Why am I here?
Yes.
What do you want?" So
what do you want?
So if I was to sit down with Nick, I would have to find out what he wants, because what is the purpose of this? Because sometimes you go to therapy in order to say you went to therapy. Other times you go to therapy is to find out what's wrong with you. Other times you go to therapy to find out what's wrong with other people.
The other people. Yep.
So you have to find out why they are here before you start spitting out all this shit, because
all this stuff. Yeah.
They're on a podcast, so I understand, but that's not how you're
different.
supposed to do it. You have to
It's not. And in therapy,
I haven't
you
heard
always
one
ask
question.
that.
Have you heard one question from her through this whole contact?
No, it's more like what you said too, because in therapy, we're trained that it's the second somebody comes to us, our first priority is to ask them at all times, what brings you to therapy? We always ask that. That's like generically our first question. However, like you said, this is a podcast and she's more focused on probably maybe being a influencer, even though she's a psychologist. It's more so about the views and numbers. You know, I can't speak for her. I don't know why she does what she does, but it appears that way, right? So she's not really sitting down and having a real in-depth session. She's more so bringing her knowledge and skills and then telling someone instead of talking with them. It's like, I'm talking at you, not with you.
Yeah.
You know,
she's empathetic, she's soft, but at the same time, she's it's just too much talking and telling them what is happening. And they're on a podcast, so they're podcasting too, so they're not getting offended. But you was able to see how Cam was getting offended.
Yes, he was getting triggered for sure. He was.
Yeah, but the people watching like, he don't want to hear this. She's sticking it to him. That's not what I'm not supposed to stick it to you. I'm not. I'm supposed to make you feel comfortable so you can talk more. But but
she didn't do that. She didn't do that. She's not. I don't think she's doing it here either, to be honest.
I like her, but I think she's either playing more of a character or she is a character and she's not there to help. She's there to help facilitate this entertaining dialogue.
That's what I agree. I agree with you 100%. And that, you know, I feel that way. Again, I don't know her. Maybe it could be a facade for the podcast. I don't know how she is when she really is in a session with someone. I don't know if she even practices still, or now she's just a celebrity influencer. I have no idea what she does now.
Yeah. So I would have to ask her, why are you here? You know, why are, like, I'm gonna play this right here because I'm gonna save this for tomorrow, because when I talk about something, I usually talk about it twice or three times. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this right here.
And I'm gonna leave it at that, and I'm gonna be done because I don't got time for the angry black men in my comments. I love y'all. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not even responding to no negativity.
Now, she do not play that broken home shit. She is gonna tell you, okay, so you've created a broken home. How are you gonna fix this broken home?
Have to be the change advocates to change.
Now watch, she's super dope in how she articulates, but she just articulates and keeps articulating.
And disrupt the dysfunctional pattern. So your daughters don't grow up to choose men who abandon them and their kids.
It's all about abandoning her. She gonna think I abandoned her.
Right there, right here. This is super dope, but she's still articulating. It's dope though.
As soon as she was born.
Yeah.
D, Nova's gonna feel like she's abandoned based on listen to me, hold on. Based on the experience that you give her.
She said some right shit, but she said, hold on. She's not allowing
She's not listening.
Right.
Yeah, she's not.
Nova's gonna feel like she's abandoned based on listen to me, hold on. Based on the experience that you give her.
That's true. See, when people are in a relationship and they abandon the other person is like, yo, what is wrong with you? Well, you abandoned me. Okay, you keep talking shit. Stop talking shit. I won't abandon you. But you abandoned me. But you started first. Okay, I'm the victim here. Like, stop. So the abandoner tries to be the victim by abandoning the person because they said something. You're not supposed to leave when the person spasms out. And that is the thing that a lot of men don't understand. You're not supposed to leave the woman when she starts acting a fool. Women act a fool. Accept it. Like, stop running away when a woman acts a fool. Go be with a man if you don't want women acting up and acting stupid. Like, that's how women are. Women are children. They're going to spaz out just like a fucking child is going to. Like, it's okay. Accept it.
Yeah.
But
And
then
I
he's
think it could also be, oh, sorry.
acting up. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I think it also could be what you said earlier about it could have something to do with the fact that sometimes when people get to a certain level of their career, and this doesn't even have to necessarily be with a therapist, a psychologist, it could be an influencer, it could be a coach. People start getting to certain levels of their career where they get into this they have a superiority complex, which they think they know so much. Now, instead of listening, they're so burnt out from all the work that they're doing. Instead of listening and really connecting with the person sitting in front of them, now because they have all this knowledge, now it's like they're spitting out all this great information that they have absorbed in their mind, and they're not really listening to what's happening. And that could be part of what's happening with her. I don't know, because I don't look at her enough or study her enough. But the brief videos that we've been watching today, I see some evidence of that because of what you said also too, which I feel is valid, which she interrupts. Like, she's just saying, well, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing that, you know, instead of asking all the questions, because the foundation of any type of therapy, or like you said, with your coaching style, because everyone's different, is asking the questions, not telling someone that you know what they're doing and why they're doing. That's personal. I would never do that. That's not what I do.
But it's good potting. It's good entertainment. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
That's the thing. It's good entertainment.
Facilitating entertainment. You know,
that's what I think.
Yeah. So
And we
I
don't know how she facilitates in the actual session. She could be the same in a session, because there are people that are the same in a session. Or
and I'm gonna
it could
tell you,
be the role.
I make less money because I'm not good at articulating what somebody is saying and doing, because I'm a man, right? Telling a woman what she's doing is hurtful, because first thing she's going, you're not a man, you're not a woman, you know what I'm saying? So a woman can do that because a lot of black men are used to mothers, right? So she's playing a great role from an entertainment standpoint or from a therapy standpoint, because she can serve as a mother figure to Nick Cannon, right? But to actually help Nick Cannon, you don't supposed to be his coping mechanism or coddle him. You have to sit back and just listen and just be like, why? You abandoned her. Why?
Exactly. That's what I would have done.
Yeah. What happened with your first baby mama? What happened with the second baby mama? So what's the difference between the first baby mama and that? Okay, is it your type or what? Like, why? And I would just keep asking questions, but she's like, no, you stop. I'm gonna touch your leg. You need to do this. You need to do that. No, stop. No. That you didn't do this. And what's wrong with you is this and like that's not how it works.
Right.
It's cool, but I don't know. It's entertaining because she looks cool as hell. She's smart.
I agree with that part.
Oh, this wrong one.
With you, like, seriously, there's a lot of pain between both of us, and I would rather us sit and exchange our pain and facilitate each other than us turn on each other and project more pain onto each other. Are you in a place to do that right now?
Nick looks feeble.
Now, or do you need some time before we can do that? That's the emotional intelligence. 9 times out of 10, that de-arms the other person. If the person's not there yet, then it's still healthy for you to say, look, Doc, I want to do that, but I can't do that right now. So I need a moment. But that's still emotional intelligence.
See how much she's talking?
So that's two emotionally intelligent people.
He literally had to interrupt her from talking.
Communicating.
Yeah. But what is mental health?
When
that's
someone
mental health.
Look. Now they jousting.
Someone says, I'm putting this EQ aside, you know, and therefore I need to emote right now. I can, you know, if I said exactly what you said to someone that I was in discussion or
inflamed with. You're inflamed at that moment.
They're gonna say, I want to hear that shit. Like, I feel like this right now. And the tone in which you're talking to me.
See, it's always him being the victim. She's inflamed. She's upset. And all he can do is say, why are you talking to me like this? If he had the understanding that her prefrontal cortex just went offline from a biological standpoint, he'll be like, oh, she's doing the
That's
thing.
what's happening.
Ooh. And then you just sit back and just let her do her thing instead of be like, why are you talking to me like that? No. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like you stab somebody and then they're flopping around because you just stabbed them and you mad, your blood is splattered on you. You're the one that stabbed them. Now you mad because they bleeding all over you? Like, you're not the victim, sir, of the blood. You stabbed her. You know what I'm saying? And this is the shit I be talking about with men. This shit is crazy.
You're actually being passive aggressive. You're using all these big
And you're being
therapy.
deceiving. And you're trying to make me feel inferior.
And you're gaslighting me and all of these other fascinating terms that we've come up.
See, the only way a woman can gaslight me is if I'm engaging with her. I'm not here to engage with you. I'm here to comfort you and facilitate a safe space. You can't gaslight me. Think about this. You can't gaslight me if I ain't saying nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
See, he's a victim of the damn woman.
He's easily triggered. Yeah, he's triggered. So that's why he doesn't have, like we already said, he doesn't have a secure attachment style. So he's easily triggered. So that's why it's going there. It's dysfunction. It's a dysfunctional relationship.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's just really sad when you see these things going on in real time where he's so offended by the woman being upset, where he's getting upset because that's feminine shit.
When I really like, I'm just trying to find resolution. I always say it's not about who's right, it's about what's right.
Why are you trying to find resolution? It's not about finding resolution. Stop finding resolution.
He said it's not about who's right, it's what's right. What is he referring to in that?
That's the problem.
Right.
There's no right. See, one of the things that I teach, there is no right, there is no wrong, there's no up, there's no down. Money does not exist. None of this shit matters. You can die tomorrow. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Nothing matters. One of my shirts, it says, it doesn't matter. That's one of my primary principles. So there is no right. I'm right. Okay. I'm not arguing with you. Aaron, I'm right. Just like we were talking about attachment styles. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't say you were wrong. I just said, I don't believe in that, and you believe in something different.
Exactly.
So we can
and that's okay.
Because I'm not gonna argue because I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I literally said I'm going by what John Bowlby taught me. If somebody else taught me something different, that's cool. I didn't say you were wrong.
No, you didn't.
I just said I'm just doing this over here.
And that's the thing with a lot of couples. They always, it's like there's two people, we're battling for the ability to say, I was right. I'm winning this, you know, and that's where that's the reason why I really land on the I statements. And I come back to that at all times. Like if we remember to validate one another and know that it's not about who's winning this conversation, not saying it's a disagreement or a fight, who's winning this conversation. And like you said, it's not about who's right. It's about, okay, this is how I feel and that's how you feel. And we're meeting in the middle and we're having healthy communication. You know, it's not a fight. It's not a battle of who's going to win. It's just, this is how I feel. This is how you feel. Okay, I respect that. You respect how I feel.
Yeah. So October 3074 called Cam arrogant narc. I think that's dismissive to all of this because women women call people names to dismiss the person.
Thank you. They do. And not to take accountability for their own behavior.
Yeah, so it's like he's a narcissist. Okay, like when you want to know what's actually happening behind the scenes instead of just calling him a damn narcissist.
Well, that's the problem. Everyone's calling people names, and the fact of the matter is these words in this language is actually a diagnosis.
Thank you.
That's the problem.
You a
It's
name,
scary.
it's going to be an
Yeah.
insult. I might say this person is stupid, this idiot. That's an insult. I'm insulting the person on purpose,
Yes.
but I'm never going to
Yes.
diagnose the person like, oh, you're a narcissist, because calling you a narcissist is worse than calling you an idiot. Actually,
It is. And it's disrespectful because I always say to people, how can you say that when number one, you're not a licensed clinician. Number two, that is not somebody under your direct care. So you can't diagnose them. And I feel it's really problematic because we're making fun and calling people these names that are real mental health disorders that people are honestly suffering with, like for real. They're really suffering with these things.
And what it really is, because women call people narcissists, men don't usually do
They
that.
do all the time.
Women are projecting their own narcissism onto the guy. Because earlier I said Cam Newton is not the narcissist. His baby mother is the narcissist. Because if the man has all these goddamn children, it's her dumb ass that comes around trying to make him treat her differently than she knows he's going to. That means she's a narcissist because she actually thinks he's not going to treat her the same way. And now she has a 1-year-old looking stupid. So she's.
And my question is,
she actually
why are all? Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, why are all these women allowing themselves to be put in a position where their value is now being decreased? That would be my question.
Like I said, if I had a coochie, I would do the same thing. So
you said you would do the same thing. Yes, but this is the thing, right? I'm not saying that there's certain people that don't do this and it doesn't, what's the word I'm looking for? Like it doesn't benefit them. That's the word I'm looking for. Sometimes that benefits. There's certain women that have kids. Huh?
The pookie picker, it doesn't benefit them because the nigga ain't got no money.
Right.
But Cam Newton,
so let's say, yeah, that it'll benefit them, right? But this is my question at the end of the day, right? So I've had a situation where there was a millionaire I was dating that wanted to marry me. There was a benefit for me saying yes because he wanted to financially provide and take care of me, right? So, but this is the thing. When we make these decisions by saying, okay, I'm going to be with someone who has money so they can take care of me for life, it makes sense on the surface level, but underneath that level, I would still have to ask myself, what is the value that I'm having for me? How is my freedom going to be affected? Because now I'm.
Well, why would you with him? If that's
that's the thing. Let's see. Why is Cam Newton's his most recent baby mom with him, thinking that she was going to be different, thinking that she was going to be the wife? That was her intention. Like, in the beginning, you say, okay, why are you here? Like in therapy, why did you come to therapy? Why did she choose him? That's the real question.
Or she just wants a check.
She just wants a check. So she didn't care about being a wife. Do you think that she really didn't care about being a wife? She didn't desire to be a wife?
I don't think so, because she wouldn't have got with him. See,
these women think they're different. They think they're different than the other girls he impregnated.
I don't think so. Like, I don't know her intention, so it's an assumed intention. But if she thought she was going to be wrong, that means she's a dumbass. But at the same time, if she didn't think she was wrong, and look, I'm just saying, you only have one coochie. Like you know, because the thing about it is, all I have is one coochie. But yeah, like you only have one coochie. Like, make some money off of it. Like, you're gonna have a baby by a bum. You're gonna have a baby by a tall ass athlete who got $100 million. Like your kid.
Well, let me ask you this:
athletic, and then their daddy gonna be famous, and your child may want to play a sport. Like, what do you mean?
Right.
Go have
and
a baby
that all makes sense.
You wouldn't go have a baby.
That all makes sense. No, but that's what I want
Why?
to ask you next. Okay, this is what we're going to get into next. Okay, this is the thing. I could look on the surface level and say, I can be taken care of for the rest of my life. And that's good, right? Especially if you
And
grow up
your
in
child
poverty. You
can
don't
grow
want that.
up to be
And my
6'9".
child will be taken care of, right? That's
And
great.
your child
But
can grow up to be 6'9".
and be an athlete and all this.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, let's look at the underlying feelings below all of this money, right? What about the fact that I am lonely every night I come home now because this man is not intentional about
You
marrying
were
me.
lonely
So now I'm
before
just a
you
baby.
met him.
That's
You
the
were
thing.
lonely before you met him.
That's the thing. I should be secure before I get with these men. If I had a secure attachment style, and this is just my opinion of how I move, if I have a secure attachment style, I'm not going to be a baby mom. And this is my opinion. I would not do that because I would want someone that would want to choose me and someone who wants to be in a relationship with me and have a commit with me so I can have a father and a husband for my child, not just a baby daddy who is going to financially take care of me.
And I understand all that, but just remember, if I was a woman, I wouldn't want to be with no fucking man.
You would want to be a lesbian.
I would be a lesbian who would go have a baby with a dude who got a lot of money, who's extremely
And
tall.
why?
So my baby would be taken care of and an athlete, and I would go back to eating coochie.
So, but why would you want to be a lesbian?
Scissoring, whatever y'all be doing, huh? Well, what are women be
Why
doing?
would you want to be a lesbian?
Because I would be a woman. If I was a woman.
Why would you, as a woman, so you think there's something wrong with women liking men?
Because I don't like men, so I can't imagine liking a man. So I'm just saying,
But let's say you are a woman.
Women, I can't imagine liking men, so I can't
imagine that.
I can't imagine that. So I'm joking, but my joking is the acceptance of women's behavior. A coochie is very. If I had a coochie, it would be very expensive. I wouldn't give it to nobody except for somebody who had a lot of damn money. Like, it just wouldn't make sense. I would just be a virgin. I would be a virgin until somebody had a lot of money and be like, I'm a virgin. Ooh, you know how dudes like, ooh, she's a virgin. Yeah, come get it. And give me some money. Or
what do you think about women being celibate until marriage?
I don't know. I don't care.
Would you date someone who's celibate till marriage?
No.
But you said that if you're a woman, your coochie would be like gold and you wouldn't give it to, you'd be very selective.
I would be selective because I was actually selective. Women who are not giving up coochie to me, they're giving up the coochie to Pookie. They're just acting like they're not giving up to nobody.
Like Kevin Samuel said?
Yeah, you're giving it to Pookie. You think I'm stupid? No, you're acting like I don't do this. They all women be lying. Women are having sex with men or having sex with objects. Like, I don't hear that shit. Either object is getting Pookie or Pookie is getting it. Huh?
What if it's neither? What if it's really honestly neither?
I don't care. I'm not gonna look.
You wouldn't be interested anyway.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I don't think too far into nothing. I don't care enough to be worrying about why she not having sex. Is she lying? I don't care. You going to get on here with me or you gonna go away? Like, I don't have time for all that shit. So I don't.
So what would you say?
I remember
Uh-huh.
with the eye movement, with the body language, I go to the bottom of the woman's Instagram page. I'm gonna know if you fucking or not by. I'm a human behavior person, so I'm gonna find out.
Yeah,
I can tell how you look at me whether you fucking somebody else or whether you fucking period. Like,
yeah,
everything. Yeah, it's a whole dossier of you as a human being. I'm gonna be able to derive, and I'm going to easily be able to deduce whatever it is I need to deduce.
Are you, so you yourself personally, are you just looking for a good time or are you looking for a wife?
I don't know. I got a vasectomy, so I don't need a wife. But see, and this is something I always say, I'm very consistent.
Mhm.
Nobody's looking for a wife.
Okay.
See, I'm not looking for a woman to marry. If I meet a
Okay.
woman that I want to marry, I'll marry her.
Okay.
I
So
don't
what makes you want to marry someone then?
I don't know. Whatever she is. And I'm like, okay, so let's look at marriage because women look at marriage as something totally different.
Mhm.
Marriage is simply my license to you forever. I don't want
Mhm.
nobody else to have sex with you. So I'm going to put a ring
Mhm.
on your finger that's going to show other people that you're mine. That's all.
Mhm.
That's
Mhm.
all marriage is without the children. Because I think marriage is for
Mhm.
children. So when you remove the
Mhm.
children part, and if I just say, "Hey, I
Mhm.
like you. You're this and that," do I like you enough where I don't want no other person having sex with you? No.
Mhm.
So
Hmm.
the only way I would marry a woman is if I don't want no other man having sex with her, and I don't care to. I don't care enough. I don't care. So I would really
Hmm.
have to really want you to actually say, well, I'm going to spend a lot of money on something on your finger to keep other men from wanting you. I don't give a damn if somebody wants you. I don't care. Because the thing
Hmm.
about it is with me,
Interesting.
you're going to be with me
Mhm.
and it's a choice and you can leave me
Mhm.
whenever you want to. So you can go about your
Mhm.
business and I'll just find
So do
somebody else.
you not want, you don't desire regular companionship long term?
I don't desire.
Okay. All right. Makes sense. I hear you.
Yeah, I don't desire. So
Okay.
and it's a part of what I teach, and it's a part of
Mhm.
I live what I teach. So
Mhm.
from a Taoism standpoint, um,
Hmm.
you have a better life the less you desire.
Mm.
I want to be a millionaire, it'd be nice to be a millionaire, but I don't
Mhm.
desire being a millionaire because being a millionaire, I don't know if you heard, but damn, what's the dude who told me I'm a boss? I'm a boss. Damn, what Jay-Z? What's his name? The
I don't
other
know.
guy with Jay-Z.
Oh my
Dame
gosh.
Dash.
Oh yes, yes. How can we forget Dame Dash? Yes.
Dash ran around for 10 years. I'm a boss. I'm a boss. I'm a millionaire. Duh, 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 duh. And this nigga owed
Yes.
$10 million and $150,000 in child support. I don't want that shit.
Mm.
So I
Yeah.
understand that becoming a millionaire, if you because it was a movie where you have 3 wishes and then people were making wishes and you say, I want to be a millionaire, and you wake up out of your bed. I forgot the name. I would love to go rewatch the movie. He
Is that
wakes
the Wishmaster or no? Is that the
I don't know,
Wishmaster?
but he wakes up. He said, I want to be a millionaire. And he wakes up and he's a mob boss. And
Mhm.
you're like,
Yeah.
and then he unwishes the wish because he had another wish. And he says, I want to be a 6 foot tall, something famous person. And he was happy, like, yo, and he's famous. And then he went in the locker room and his dick was little. So and I don't know the name of the movie, but it was every time he made a wish, it was some stupid side effect to the wish. So I don't run around
Yeah.
wanting to be all this stuff because I know there's side effects to everything. So no, I don't desire nothing. If
Mm.
I work.
Yeah.
See, thing about it is I share information and I get paid for the information. See, I came up
Yeah.
with this and
Yes.
I just share it. You don't see me talking about this all the time. I bring it
Right.
up. I got a tool or either, you know, because somebody in the chat, Hood Bay was like, yo, where's that link?
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
buy this. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm more into sharing and not getting or giving, because the giver is the bigger narcissist than everybody, because they give in hopes that somebody will give them back. I don't want back. So I just share, and if I get something back, I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I want money. I want everybody right now. I just thought about it. Everybody right now, cash at me $20 right now. So yeah, I'll be happy if everybody cash at me. Cash app is $Aaron1000. I forgot to put that down there. So if everybody cash at me $20 and I got a bunch of money, I'll be happier than I will be. But at the end of the day, it's just some money, you know. So at the end of the day, like, I don't know. I believe in building trust and not building a business. You know, you can make money, but if you don't build trust, people are going to go away or not trust you. So I build trust.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Whenever I work with anyone, I believe in, on the therapy side is the therapeutic alliance, which you just said essentially is what it means, is having that rapport with the person you're working with. And on the coaching side, it's just building the professional alliance. It's the same thing. It's building that level of trust or comfortability. Because some people will say to me, Maya, I don't trust you, and I'm never going to trust you because you're a woman. I've had that said to me. You know, a guy has said that to me. I would never trust you. I don't trust women. And my response was simply, that's okay. I mean, honestly, if I went through what she went through, I wouldn't trust me either. And you honestly don't even know me that well. I don't even expect you to trust me. That's kind of crazy for me to ask you to trust me. And he just looked at me with this shocked look on his face. He was like, what?
Because you didn't want trust. See how it feels to not desire?
I didn't need the trust. I didn't need it. My goal was to be able to support him and only support him. That was my only goal. So I said, how can I support you right now? You don't need to trust me for me to support you. So that's what I provide. With anybody I work with, my job is not to give you advice. It's not my job for you to trust me. It's just for you to feel any type of support and safety. And what some guy has said to me is, many men, what they need from a lot of women that they don't know how to provide is just to feel just like this calm feeling whenever they're around that person. You know, that they don't feel like they're coming. Yeah. So that's my goal. Even when I work with someone. What you say?
I just believe in facilitation.
Yeah. I just want to my goal is just provide any type of support that you need when you need it while we're sitting together. That is my goal. And if I've done that, I've done my job.
See, there's two scammers is the wanter and the giver. You know, you can't trust a wanter and you can't trust a giver because they have ulterior motives. You know, I believe in being and facilitating, you know what I'm saying, sharing, you know what I'm saying, you know, but I'm gonna I do have requirements though.
Okay.
You know, so it's like I require certain things for you to get close to me.
Okay.
But you don't have to get close to me and then I won't require it. So it's okay for you not to give it because I don't want it. You want something.
Do you say those requirements though? Do you say you make it verbally known?
What do you think my requirements are?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Like, do you say these are my, because I heard you say that there are certain requirements to get close to you. So is that something that we just have to, like, if someone was dating you, would she just have to figure it out? Or would you say these are my requirements?
Name a thing that I don't like.
Well, okay, so let's rewind. One thing you hate is freaking wigs. Number one.
That's a requirement.
You don't like BBLs and wigs.
That's
okay.
a requirement. So a lot of the things, yes, I've said that I have a requirement of.
Okay.
And it's really that
what
simple.
about cooking? What about cooking and domestic things?
I think that's kind of weird to me.
Okay.
I'm okay. Okay, I'm the type of person I usually only eat one time a day, and
Okay.
I like to cook my own food. So I will drive all the way home to cook and then leave back outside.
Okay.
So I don't need a woman to cook for me because one, I only eat 1 or 2 times a day, and then two,
Mhm.
I would rather cook it for myself because I might not like your cooking, and I don't like a whole bunch of shit. So I don't want no mashed potatoes and greens and all this stuff. I don't want all that shit. It's you're not supposed to eat that much fucking food.
Well, what is your favorite food or dish?
Salmon,
And
broccoli, and that's it.
so salmon and broccoli, that's your meal
That's what I ate today.
for the day?
I eat it. I eat salmon and broccoli like every day.
That's pretty simple to make. I mean,
And I
that's
don't
pretty
want you to make
simple.
it.
You don't want a woman to make it. Why?
I'm making myself.
What if, because your love language is acts of service, what if a woman said, I would love to make you salmon and broccoli?
Okay, but just know if you don't make it like me, I'm gonna be mad.
What if she
So
said, I want to watch you make it one time so I know I can make it like you the next time that I make it?
I'm cool with that. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I will do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but altogether,
Okay.
see, remember, my whole thing is being, not doing. I don't need no
Mm-hmm.
woman to do all this shit. Sit down somewhere. And most women don't know how to sit down nowhere. They just gotta just run around. Let me cook. Let me what? Sit down.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see how you. I want to see you sit down and be quiet. I want to see how long you can sit down and be quiet and not do shit, and see if you
And
go
just,
crazy.
would you like, what if she sat down and she was quiet and she looked at you? Would that be creepy?
No, I didn't say don't look at me.
Okay.
What's wrong with it? Don't look at me. Like what?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what feels creepy to you, but
And
she's
being
sitting
quiet does
down.
not mean not talking. It means
Okay.
enjoying my presence, and we just enjoy each other's presence. I think people talk too much. All that talking and shit is just stupid. What the fuck are we talking about?
So she can talk, just not over talk.
It's about like just enjoying company. Like it's people talking is doing. Why can't you just be present?
Mm-hmm. Being present is important.
Yeah, when I'm with my kids, we don't do a bunch of talking. We just around each other. Like, like it's I don't know. I people don't know how to be still. And like I said, this is my whole belief system, and this is the reason why I'm probably not going to die. I'm probably because by the time I get old,
Ever?
it's probably gonna be a thing. If I make enough money, it's probably gonna be a thing that I can hook to my body where I can still be alive and stuff. So yeah, I'm never gonna die.
So you don't want to die ever. You don't want to die.
I don't want. So whether I die or not don't matter. But I don't plan.
You don't plan on dying ever.
Yeah, but I don't not want to die.
That's interesting.
I told my kids, I said, I'm gonna make enough money, and probably another 30 years or whatever is going to be something where you can hook your brain up to it, and you can attach your brain to another body. And I said, I'm gonna come back as a 6'4" white dude.
I think I've seen that in a movie actually before. Wait a minute, wasn't that? Wait, no. Okay, that
With
didn't
good
happen
credit.
to Get Out, because remember when they had that transplant? Remember when they had that transplant and that person they transplanted into somebody's head in Get Out? It was they were alive, but then they weren't.
Yeah. Like
stuff.
well, yeah, that was some spiritual stuff. But yeah, I'll take that too. But yeah. So I'm a like one of them big, tall, burly white dudes, like big skinhead looking white dudes that be riding motorcycles and shit. Be one of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, hey, if you have enough money, you can do basically anything, I feel. So
Right. So yeah, I don't plan on dying. But
okay.
do you see how my brain works though? Like I don't want
I
to die.
do.
I don't want to stay alive. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
And the not
I'm just
caring is
curious.
what keeps me
Uh-huh.
alive.
I'm
People
just
worry
curious
too much.
about you being a single man. Do your kids don't live with you?
They don't want to live with me. I be telling them to come live with me. They don't want to live with me.
So you're single. Do you have a pet?
A pet? No.
Yeah, do you have a pet?
No, that's
So it's just okay.
gay.
You don't even want a pet.
That's gay. I'm joking. It's not
Gay
gay.
to have.
I'm joking. I think weirdos have pets. The dude who has a pet, he's a weirdo.
People who have so a guy, a male who has a pet is a weirdo.
Yes. Women
Why?
Women are children, so they're supposed to have pets because they had a pet when they're little. So you're gonna want a pet because you're a kid. So you want a
So
little
men
fluffy
who have
little animal run around arguing, barking and shit and making noises and fucking up the house. Like women need to feel stuff. So you need an animal run around knocking shit over so you can go fix it because y'all are fixers. But I don't need nothing fucking up my house and shitting on the floor and having to walk it. No, I don't. It's stupid.
But what if it's a cat? You don't have to do any of that with cats.
Cats run around the house and knock over shit. I had a cat. I grew
Some
up
of
with a
them do, yeah.
They're little terrible little beings.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess you don't
They climb
have
up
that.
on shit and they climb up. Cats can climb at the top of your fucking in the kitchen at the top and be up there and shit.
Yeah.
So yeah,
They can.
cats go fucking up shit and they get excited or happy. They run all over the house and they just and late at night you fucking if they feel like running around, they're gonna run over and knock some over in the middle of the night. I don't have time for that. I've been on shot a fucking cat. I'm not doing that.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well,
Why
hey,
you
I
at
guess
that?
that I was just wondering.
Yeah, women with
I was just
pets.
wondering.
One, pets are unhealthy. And if a woman has a dog, like a big dog, right? She's never gonna find a man because the dog serves the dog serves as her protector. So and the thing about with people with pets, they'll kick the person out before they kick the pet out. So if a woman has a big dog, she's never gonna find a man until the dog dies.
I'm laughing because I remember a woman who had a big dog and she would always put the dog first, but that was her.
No,
So,
all
I don't
people
know if
put
I had a
dog
big dog.
Every
I
person puts
would,
the dog first.
yeah, I would, yeah, I wouldn't get rid of my dog for a guy. I definitely would not.
See what I'm saying? So I don't trust women with pets.
Unless the dog was allergic. If I'm sorry, the dog was allergic. If the man was allergic to my dog and I love the man and he checked off all my boxes, then I would give my dog to a family member.
Oh.
If
yeah.
it was because of allergies, then that's different. But if he just didn't like the dog, then I don't know. That would
Yeah. So if it's a little cute dog that doesn't shit, I'd be okay with having a little cute dog, but I'm not walking it and we'll have to get the dog a litter box or something because I'm not gonna walk the fucking dog. I'm not waking up no time, and I'm not expecting no woman to wake up next to me to go walk a fucking dog 7 o'clock in the morning, and I don't wake up until 9. Nope. So yeah. But like I said, it's not just I don't really see. I would rather a woman have a kid than a dog.
That's interesting. Okay, why is that?
Because I like kids. I'm a parent. I like kids.
Hmm.
I can't do no with a dog. It's a fucking dog. Like I can't teach the
So
dog.
what about if
I can't play
the
a
kid is running
football
around?
with a dog.
Okay. So what if the kid was young and they're always running around knocking shit down just like the dog, and they're not, mature enough
You could
to
tell
do
it
otherwise?
to sit down and shut up. You can't tell a dog to sit down and shut up. It's not going to sit down and shut up. And
If
kids
they're
don't
well
run around.
trained,
Kids don't run around in the middle of the night.
they
Kids
don't.
bark. You don't have to
They
walk
can
a kid.
scream.
Not in the middle of the night.
Yeah, they be doing some wild stuff depending on your kid.
You can slap a kid. You can't slap a dog. So
You can spray, how people spray their animals with water to help them to calm down. People do that.
I don't have time for all that. Now you're starting to understand why people with dogs are weirdos. Spraying dogs in the face with water. Like this.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah. So
They can say train them, but yeah, go ahead.
all I'm saying is I don't have a lot of requirements, but at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I have a very simple carefree, worry-free life. I eat the same thing every day.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm like one of
Wow,
those sniper
that's
people. People get paid to be a sniper or something. I live like one of those people.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, if you ever look at one of those sniper movies, I live like them.
Mhm. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I recall how
Yeah.
they do that. I mean, I don't what is your sign? Just curious.
I'm a Pisces.
Oh, okay. All right,
What does
just
that mean?
wondering. It doesn't mean anything specific. I was just wondering. I'm
What
not
about
big on astrology, but once you start saying the way you live your life, it just made me want to ask more questions.
Oh, Mike said, what about teenage boys? I don't have a problem with it. Any human is gonna shut the hell up. So I don't have a problem with them, but you can't tell an animal to shut the hell up. So because they can't speak English. So I don't have time to be
But what about the animals that actually they do? They listen to you and they're obedient, or you send them to the school. You know how you send them to that dog school?
I don't want to send a dog to, I don't have time for all that. If you don't know
Okay.
how to sit
Well,
down and be quiet, I don't want to be around you. And that's the thing, a woman with a child. Do your
Yeah,
child
that's what I was saying.
quiet?
Exactly.
I'm not gonna
What if
date
the
you.
kid doesn't?
I'm not gonna date her.
So there we go. Suppose the kid is acting like an annoying dog to you, then you'll break up with the woman, I guess.
No, I wouldn't date her in the first place because I'm gonna parent your
Okay.
child. I'm gonna parent your child on the phone while we're dating. Before I know the child, I'm gonna parent your child.
And how do you do that?
I'm going to give you suggestions on how to shut your child up, and it's going to work. And you're gonna be like, "Oh wow, it's happened." I parent women's children remotely.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there are women who
That's interesting.
operate off of my system. Like, as an example, it was a woman I was dating, and she would complain about her son always wanting to eat potato chips. And I don't believe in telling them no. I just told her, well, give him a high amount, an absorbent amount of push-ups, and he has to do those push-ups or get the potato chips. He ended up not wanting the potato chips because it was too many push-ups for a freaking bag of potato chips. And now he
Oh
doesn't ask for
wow.
potato chips anymore. And to this day,
Oh my goodness.
he still thinks like that.
Hmm.
Oh
That's
shit.
interesting.
Actually, her birthday is today. I just thought about it. I just seen her
Oh,
on Facebook.
are you gonna reach out to her?
Yeah, because that's how I know that she's still running my system. Because every now and then I say happy birthday or hey, how you doing or whatever. And then because there was
Yeah.
one time I called her and then we was talking, and she was like, she literally was like, give me 10 more. And I was like, what's 10 more what? She was like, what do you think? I was like, I don't know.
Wow.
Push-ups, duh. I was like, oh, damn. Yeah, he's getting on my nerves. I made him do push-ups. I make him do push-ups every time he get on my nerves. And I'm like, oh. So yeah, so she's still, yeah. So yeah,
That's
I'm
good.
gonna parent your child before I even meet your child. Because the thing about it is your child needs to know my system before I walk in the door, so you can know shut the hell up.
Wow.
If
Okay.
if it's ice cream or soda in the refrigerator, you gotta take that out of the refrigerator and throw it away, because women who have ice cream and soda in the refrigerator are terrible people. So it's just things like that.
Wait, with their kids or single women?
With your kids is even worse. Why are you feeding your kid this bullshit?
So wait a minute. As a single woman, I'm a terrible person if I have ice cream in my freezer.
Mm-hmm. Means you're fat. What?
Okay, so you don't believe in having ice cream in the freezer.
Right.
I'm a terrible fat person if I have ice cream.
In my opinion. Just my opinion.
Wow. I don't know. It's just
We'll
running
go
through my
and
mind. Is
I will
it
go to-
really this strict with you? Like
I
if
will go
someone's
to a
dating
store. See, the thing about it, we can go to a store and eat some ice cream. Why the hell is the shit in your refrigerator? I'll drink a soda, but why is it in the refrigerator? You're feeding your your refrigerator represents your culture. I don't have a lot of shit in my refrigerator. You know how people have all this food? That's a fat person. Like, why do you have all this bullshit in your refrigerator? Your refrigerator.
Were you ever Were you ever fat?
Your refrigerator. No, looking in your refrigerator would tell you how much of a terrible fat person you are. See, the thing about it is people think fat, people act fat, people talk fat, people order fat. You know, when you order food. People are just not fat. They're fat up here first.
Fat. Okay. Mentally. Okay.
And I don't have all these things. It's not that crazy. Just, you know, you can drink soda, just don't have it in the refrigerator. You can eat ice cream, just don't have it in the refrigerator.
Hmm.
You can have a dog as long as it stays away from me and it's not stupid. It's not a big ass, dumb, barking ass, annoying ass dog. Just a little poodle just walking around and shit, and it don't say nothing. Awesome.
Were you like this when you were married?
Meaning what?
Like you had the same, I guess, rules and stipulations with things.
They weren't rules. We just lived differently.
Okay. So did you live this way when you were married?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering. Okay.
But did the kids have ice cream in the refrigerator? Every now and then. But we usually ate ice cream when we out. Because do you know the beauty of going to get some ice cream?
It is fun. It's fun to go get ice cream.
You're not supposed to eat ice cream at home. It's just dumb. You're supposed to go out and get ice cream. Ice cream is an event. It's an experience. Let me take you and get some ice cream. It's a cute date. You don't sit around the house eating no fucking ice cream. That's what fat white people do.
Oh gosh. Okay. All right. Well, I see where you're coming from. And I mean, you know, I know I stay with ice cream in my freezer. So I guess I'm fat and a bad person. But I mean,
it's okay. Like I'm about accepting people for whatever. Because remember, being fat is up here.
It's in your mind first. Yeah.
Because it means at some point you're going to be fat. You're probably not fat in 2024, but you're probably going to be fat in 2025, or you probably were fat in 2021. Because most women were fat in 2021.
Because of COVID?
No, because women think fat. And then they be like, oh, I need to lose some weight. And then they go through all this other stuff and they lose weight and they be happy they're going to lose weight. But they're only going to stay that way for like maybe a year and a half, 2 years. And then they're going to lose a boyfriend, lose a job, lose some money, or feel lonely, and then go back to eating the fucking ice cream that's in your refrigerator. And then they're back fat all over again.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well, I have gained a lot of weight, so I mean, maybe I am fat. So
that's all I'm saying. So I'm not into the weight fluctuation stuff.
like Oprah.
Hell no.
Oprah's
That's terrible.
weight
But
fluctuation.
all I'm saying is women love my system. It's not rules.
Okay.
It's a system. It's
It's
a
a
different.
system.
I don't have rules. I have a system.
Mhm. Okay.
And we both follow the system. I don't follow the system. I mean, I don't give you the system. We agree upon a system and we follow the system. The system, no soda in the refrigerator. It's not my system. You agreed to it.
Okay. Yeah. So you're not telling someone the system. You
You're
come up with
agreeing
the
to
system
something. And then if you
with
go
them.
against it, I'm like, what is you doing? We agreed that
Yeah.
we're not doing this.
Yeah. That makes sense.
You
Yeah.
see the mindset of it? It's
Yeah.
just how you put something. It's not rules, it's a system.
Yeah. It's a system. Well, what do you think about when somebody says, okay, I'll give you an example. Like, these are my boundaries. I don't physically go over a guy's house and he doesn't come over my house because I'm celibate, so I have certain boundaries. And then someone then comes back and says, well, it's really hard to, I guess, get to know you because you have a lot of restrictions. What do you think about that?
I don't need to think about nothing. They're your requirements.
Would you say that they're restrictions, or would you say that, or would you say that they're just someone's boundaries?
They're your boundaries. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
I was just wondering what you thought about it, because I said that personally to
Why do you
someone,
need to know
and
what somebody thinks about your boundaries? They're yours.
they're mine. That's what I said. I said, these are my boundaries. This is something that I feel safe with. And that person responded and said, those are a lot of restrictions. And I said, that sounds like you're not empathizing or even wanting to even respect where I'm coming from.
Now you're starting an argument.
It does lead to an argument. However, it should just be
But
like,
you
these are my
started it.
boundaries and that's it.
But you
By
started the argument.
by responding?
Yes. The second he
So
says, I don't like your boundaries, we don't have nothing to talk about.
there's nothing else. Exactly. That's, yeah, you're right.
You're offended by him not wanting to deal with your
Respect
requirements.
my boundaries. Yeah.
Respect my boundaries. If I say don't touch my leg and you say I
Touch
don't know
my
why
leg.
I can't touch your leg, I'm not going to argue with you about why I don't want you to touch my leg. Don't touch my fucking leg.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly. That's it. There's nothing else to talk about.
Yeah.
You're
But
right.
this is the reason why women end up in all these bad situations, because they want to argue their own boundaries. Shit don't make no sense.
Yeah. And that's the thing where I feel having a secure attachment style, when you lay down, this is something that I've grown to really be a lot stronger in. When I say, okay, these are my boundaries, this is what I do, this is how I live my life. And if a guy says, well, I don't like this, then my response now, because that was something that happened in the past, but presently my response is, well, it appears that we're just not in alignment,
There you
and
go.
then there's no reason for us to go out. There's no reason for us to talk on the phone because we're not in alignment, and I just keep it moving. That's how I deal with it now. But
Right.
previously I would do what you're saying and be like, well, why is there such an issue? But like you said, there's no need to argue.
There's no need to argue. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let's
Yeah.
end this. It's 1:30. I didn't even know it's so late.
Oh my gosh.
This was a good conversation though. But I know you in LA, so but this was a great conversation. And yes, I think we should do a podcast together. I think this is
I think so
this
too.
is
I
gonna be
feel
fun.
because we have different views, and if you don't have different views and it's not any type of controversy and we're agreeing on everything, that's boring. That's
I agree.
boring. And even in
Yeah.
relationships, that's boring. Oh, I want to do this. Okay, I want to do that too. Oh, well, I think this. Oh, I think that way too. Some guy broke up with me because of that. He said, you're agreeing with everything I'm saying. And I said, but I want it to please you. And he said, but that's boring.
And it's yeah. I agree. I agree with that person. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So I
don't want
love
a
that.
person wanting to please me. Like, please yourself.
Yeah.
I
agree.
want to follow how you please yourself. I don't want to please you. I want to contribute in the pleasing of you.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I 100%. I feel the same way. And that's why if you come into the relationship, whether it be friendship or romantic, secure, you have your secure attachment style, excuse me, and you have your boundaries in place. And if someone's in alignment, then they're adding to you. You don't
They're gonna
have that
add.
person doesn't,
Yeah.
they don't have to make you, you don't need anyone to make you happy. You're secure, you're happy within who you are. You don't need that codependent relationship to be complete.
Mhm. Life is like getting on a bus. Whether you get on it or not, the bus is still gonna go where it's going.
Still moving.
It don't matter.
Don't
That's
matter.
how life is. But all right, I'm about to go to bed. This was really dope. And
I'm gonna go watch Tubi.
what time is it there? 11?
10:30.
10:30. Okay, that's what's up. All right,
Yeah.
so I will talk to you later. But yeah, this was really dope. This was really dope. I love the
Yes,
conversation.
thank you. Me too.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, y'all. I hope y'all enjoy. We literally just stopped talking about. I'm gonna do a part 2 because I got some videos that I didn't even get into. So I'm gonna come back probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and talk about probably Nick Cannon by himself, because Nick Cannon has a lot of issues. Good night to you both. Bought the card game. Oh shit! Thank you. Oh, okay, I see. I appreciate you, Hood Bay. I appreciate you. It's 12:34. Okay, over here. Oh yeah. So I'm going my ass to bed, and y'all have a good rest of y'all night. And to the people who pre-order my mother-daughter card game, you just did something for your entire generation, because most card games is just for friends. This card game is going to help your lineage. It's going to help your lineage because it's a generational card game. So if you have not bought it already, no problem. I'll drop the link again. But if you want to buy a card game that will literally help your lineage, because there's a mother-daughter situation, your grandmother or your mother, is a lineage type of thing, I'm telling you now, and pre-orders are $62. To buy it when it comes out is going to be $199. So I would suggest y'all buy it now instead of waiting. So talk to y'all later. The link is in the chat. Y'all have a good night.
How about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game? We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play Deeper Discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper Discussions Dating Edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend,
Candidate.
a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. The texture of these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
They ain't gonna get
really
wore out.
durable.
A dating card game for introverts who have a hard time asking the much needed compatibility questions. Deeper Discussions, the card game.